Oh, that's all. Okay. Okay, very good. All right. Apologies for that. If we can go back on the record, and floor is yours.
Thanks. Well-timed IT technical difficulties. Thank you. So, Ms. Texera, from your hearing testimony on Thursday, I believe you said you had not reviewed the electric low-income discount rate that was developed through a separate docket.
I did read it over the weekend.
You read it? Okay. Okay, fair enough. So you may have familiarized yourself with the fact that the low-income discount rate on the electric side that Eversource and United Illuminating will be implementing has two tiers. One tier is 60% state median income eligibility for a 10% discount. And then the second tier is for customers who have up to 160% of the federal poverty guidelines and will receive a 50% discount. Does that sound familiar from your reading?
It does.
So I just wondered, given your recent familiarity with that, whether you might have any updates or further thoughts on Mr. Colton's proposal, given that two of the four tiers do overlap with the same percentage, the 10% and 50% discount levels. Does that change any opinion with respect to the feasibility or management of a tiered discount program?
Again, I think that our proposal is our initial entry into this type of a program. I think it needs to be simple and easy to implement for the customers to understand. And I think even in this docket on page 14, the authority states that we need to adopt a measured approach to the rollout of the LIDR to measure impact, collect data, and assess success of the program. And that's what we're trying to accomplish with the introduction of this program. And then once we have data, I think we can come back and assess that impact and adjust accordingly, because the gas and the electrics are very much advanced in comparison to the water utilities. I would say that many of our probably low-income customers never receive a bill from the company. They likely live in a multifamily home or an apartment building that the landlord's our customer. We bill the landlord, and then they figure out how to allocate those costs to the tenants. And therefore, we're precluded from shutting multifamily or apartment buildings. So there's never an interruption of service to a large population of the low income customers or that receive water. So further to that, if you look at our number of shuts, about 1% of our customers are shut across our entire service territory. So I think that water is just different than the electrics and the gas. And I think to commit to a more complex program that may not fit our customer base, I think would just be, we're putting the cart before the horse, and it could create complexity, additional costs that we don't need right now. I'm not saying we won't get there, but I think we need data to support, additional enhancements or complexity of the program.
So just to break that down a bit, you referred to a large population of your customers and their needs, but if I'm remembering correctly, you don't track any income information. So then how are you able to make conclusions about what percentages of your customers have need for assistance?
I'm just looking at like a city like Bridgeport, for example, that probably has, the need for assistance where when I look at the statistics in the city of Bridgeport, there's 67% of the customers that are, in below the poverty level live in, multifamily homes or apartment buildings. So I'm just using that data to interpolate, our customer base. I'm certainly not attesting to it or have, 100% knowledge. I'm just looking at information to, support a simple program to initially implement. And I think we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. And, we are open to feedback because we want it to work and to provide a benefit. But and comparing ourselves to the gas and the electrics, where every single customer gets metered and they get a bill, to the fact that we don't. We bill the landlord, and again, I believe that a large part of that population lives in multifamily or apartment housing developments.
So from your testimony, is it safe to infer that you would support further data collection to allow the company to be able to assess needs of customers, and one of that criteria is income level?
Yes.
You also, I believe on Thursday, testified that that Eversource doesn't maintain Social Security numbers of customers.
No, we don't. I'm not sure if Eversource does, but Aquarion does not.
Aquarion. And then, what are there any instances where Aquarion and Eversource currently share data about customers? And others may know this outside of the low-income discount context.
We don't share customer information because our population isn't aligned. For example, in Bridgeport, I believe Eversource doesn't serve that area. That's United Illuminating. And I don't know the exact towns where we do overlap, but there's a significant number of towns where we don't.
So if Eversource was to provide a list of customers that have been indicated as eligible for receiving benefits to Aquarion, given Aquarion's population is both smaller but also in different areas, is there any mechanism to match customer information?
We would have to investigate that further to see how complex that would be, based on, again, the volume and the fact that we don't collect personal information, and typically a Social Security number is the identifying factor. So there would have to be additional like QA and a resource, internally to handle, this type of a program and data sharing.
So how does Operation Fuel identify customers for you?
Through an account number, name and address. And, our water account number is different than the electric and the gas.
So if you verify with Operation Fuel through that information without Social Security numbers, what would you, I presume you'd be able to do the same with your parent company, Eversource?
Well, the account number just provides us with a different master data point to positively identify them, and that, we're not crediting the wrong customer. I'm not saying we can't do it. It would just be a little bit more complex.
Thank you. So my next set of questions is asking about some of the positions Mr. Colton took in his testimony that in your rebuttal testimony were not addressed. So I just want to understand Aquarion's position. Try this again. I might hand this over to Attorney Wheel if I can't hold my cough down. One of those questions is about an affordable burden for water bills. Mr. Colton has asserted that water affordability should be, or an affordable burden for water bills should be defined to be 2% of income. Does Aquarion have a position on whether it agrees or disagrees with this?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna hand this over to
Sure.
Attorney Wheel and spare you all from my talk.
The question was about, there's a portion of Mr. Colton's testimony that discusses how to establish affordability. And there's a particular line in there that says an affordable burden for water bills standing alone, so not including wastewater or stormwater, is defined to be 2% of income. So the question was whether whether the company has a position on that statement.
I would have to, understand that statistic a little bit more. Again, when I read some of the information on the city of Bridgeport, I believe they used 6% for total utilities. So if water is a subset of that, it seems somewhat reasonable. But again, I'd have to research that a little bit more.
Okay, and you're referring to the kind of somewhat standard notion of a 6% energy burden. Is that the language you saw? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does the company have any position on Mr. Colton's suggestion that there should be a biannual reapplication period for seniors and the disabled?
I'm open to that suggestion.
Thank you. Does the company have a position on Mr. Colton's suggestion that a customer's participation in the low-income discount program should continue when the customer changes addresses within Aquarion service territory without needing to reapply to the program? So in other words, if there's a customer who is receiving the benefits of the program, they move addresses but remain an Aquarion customer, does the company have a position on whether they would have to reapply for the low-income discount rate?
I'm open to that suggestion. And again, we're not trying to make it more complicated for the customer. It's again, we don't collect social security numbers, so sometimes people will re-enroll with like a spouse name, and it becomes more difficult for us to attest to the making sure that the customer is the same customer. So
Okay.
we can work with that.
Just as a follow-up for that, when that circumstance does happen, does the customer get a new account number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a line in your testimony describing the proposed program that notes that customers could be removed from the program at the discretion of the company. Can you say more about that and explain how that discretion would be exercised?
It's primarily if someone provides a fraudulent claim and it comes to our attention. But along with that, we would ensure that there is a process of appeal and that it's fair to the customer to, respond from their perspective to ensure that we have all the facts. And we would utilize Operation Fuel for that as well, so that it's a third party and we're not making that decision independently.
Okay.
So again, this was the shell of a program, and I know there were details that we need to add, and that's certainly something that we need to expand upon a little bit more.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going slow. I'm just trying to catch up with
No problem.
Consumer Counsel Coleman's notes. I believe you testified last week that the company hasn't yet been able to perform an analysis as to the expected impact of the company's arrearages or bad debt as a result of implementing this program. I think the testimony was that it's not possible to do that analysis before getting some data on program participation. Just some follow-up questions on that, though. Does the company know how many Aquarion customers currently have arrearages?
We do. I believe the collections data was included in some of the interrogatories, and I can do a read-in later with that information. And we do a monthly filing for COVID that provides on a monthly basis the number of customers that are and a payment arrangement, the average bill. It's pretty detailed filing.
Okay. And do you know whether that filing or whether what's already been filed in this docket includes like a total dollar value of arrearages on maybe a monthly basis outstanding?
I'd have to check to see if it included the total arrearages in that filing, but I can do a read-in with the most recent month end, total AR past due. And do you want all past due or like AR over 90 days?
Yeah, I think maybe it would be helpful, and not for the sake of being burdensome, but just given the testimony, what we were just talking about with regard to the changes from COVID, I think it'd be helpful to ask for a late file for total monthly arrearages, as well as broken out and to show overall total as well as past 90 days due from 2018 calendar year to present, if the company has that data.
We do. We can do that.
Okay, let me just catch up here for a second. I think we are in late file exhibit 66, if I'm not mistaken. Requests on 5. Okay, and Attorney Wheel, are you asking for monthly, quarterly, annually?
Monthly, if that's the way the company tracks it. I mean, if it isn't tracked, if it's tracked quarterly is fine. Like we would need it adjusted for for monthly. But what we're asking for is a monthly accounting of outstanding arrearages, total arrearages, and then also a separate breakout per month of those that are 90 days or more overdue from from January 1st, 2018 to present. Or until November or October or whatever data.
And I just want to confirm, can Ms. Texera, can we provide that information in a late file?
Yes, we can
Thank
provide
you.
it through November 30th. We do track it monthly.
November 30th would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 66. And are we not to add another layer of complication on here, but just so I'm clear, are we asking by customer class?
We're specifically looking for residential.
Do you want? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask, do you track it by customer class?
Yes. Do you want single and multi?
Yes, if it can be separated out,
Okay.
which I assume it is.
Okay.
So residential, single, and multifamily.
Okay. Will you accept a friendly amendment for all customer classes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All customers, actually, Madam Chair, is what we're looking for.
Ms. Texera, are you able to provide that by customer class?
Yes,
Okay, if we can do all customer classes, please.
no problem.
Thank you. I have a couple more of Consumer Counsel Coleman's questions, and then I have a few of my own after. But this is moving to the testimony from last week about the fee-free program. There was some testimony in response to Mr. Colton's questions, I believe. I'm actually not sure if I remember correctly who was asking the question. But there was some testimony about the service fee for credit card use for the in-person payment centers. I believe what you testified was that it was your belief, I think that you said you hadn't fully verified, but that it was your belief that the fees that the company pays to those in-person service centers cover that the customer, when the customer pays in person using a credit card, that they are not charged an additional fee for the use of that credit card because that's included in the fee that the company pays to the in-person service center. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay.
And I still have to verify that for sure, but that's my understanding.
Okay. Just so I understand though, is it your understanding that those particular vendors are accepting the payments from the customers as part of their regular sort of retail payment system.
Yes,
Okay. So is it your understanding that as part of a regular retail payment system, as an element of a retailer accepting credit card payments in that context, retailers typically have to pay fees to credit card processors like Visa and MasterCard?
yes.
So is it possible that those fees are being incurred at the retail level as part of the regular? I'll back up a little. So if there's a retailer that is accepting those credit card payments, in order, and that it is the normal course of business, in order to exclude those fees associated with credit card processing, seems like the retailer would have to make an adjustment specific to Aquarion customers paying their bills with a credit card within their payment process. Does that make sense to you?
Can you, I didn't follow, sorry.
I guess what I'm asking is, if you can confirm that there are no associated fees, if part of that confirmation can be confirming that there is some sort of separation from the normal credit card processing that would occur as part of a regular course of business retail transaction at that vendor. In other words, that fee is indeed separated out and not paid and not part of the transaction for the customer at the point of purchase.
Okay, so can I just reframe it to make sure I understand this? So you're trying to verify that the customers that pay at these walk-in centers are not charged a credit card fee for that payment?
Yes. Yes, or as Consumer Counsel Coleman has whispered, or any processing fee for cash payments.
Yes.
I suppose it's just asking once again for you to verify that there are no additional fees for those
I will
in-person
verify
payments.
that. I believe the agreements we have is that if they were to charge for a credit card, then they would not accept a credit card, that they would have to pay either through a check or a debit transaction. But I will verify that and do a read-in.
And Chairman, just to confirm, is a read-in acceptable to you?
Yeah, so we're up to a read in S.
And I think, were you already asked to provide a late file that had a list of vendors, the list of those vendors that accept the in-person payments?
That was provided in one of the interrogatories, so I can, again, read in what interrogatory that is.
Okay. So perhaps if in the confirmation that you're going to read in, if there's a difference in the, if some vendors do impose a fee and others don't, then maybe you could identify those vendors, how they align with that interrogatory response.
I can do that.
Thank you. Sure, I'll pass this last section off back to Consumer Counsel Coleman, who's feeling a little better.
Let's see if my voice works. I know my notes are hard to decipher. So the next question was with respect to your written testimony. It's page 25, line 16 to 19, stated that in addition, low-income customers have credit card options other than, quote, high-interest credit cards. So I just wanted to understand a little better. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to read a little further. You said other than high interest credit cards, for example, customers can sign up for a secured credit card or a prepaid debit card that requires an initial deposit that acts as collateral against potential default. With a secured credit card, if the cardholder is delinquent on the account, the issuer can use the cardholder's deposit to cover the outstanding balance. End quote. So I just wanted to understand the difference between the secured credit card. Is this something that Aquarion offers, or what are you referring to here?
No, it's just a different credit card that customers might have just because they may have bad credit. You know, a credit card company may allow them to have a credit card if they put a deposit down and they use that deposit to, pay or purchase.
Okay. And I know you did present one schedule with the list of the EBT and the different forms of payment. Have you tracked usage of these different types of credit cards? Is that,
Yes.
you did, okay. And that list, I think it was Schedule C, it was 317. Did that included these secured credit cards as one of the examples?
It would be in the credit card. We don't differentiate between the different
Okay,
kind,
that's
but it's
what-
in the credit card category.
Okay, thanks. And then just one follow-up regarding your testimony about the town social services. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any piece of it, because you've talked about work with Operation Fuel, and then also working with town social services to relay information about your low-income program. But I haven't heard any discussion about community action agencies, which are the 9, statewide community action agencies that work with the Department of Social Services on distributing SEEP, the benefits, as well as LIWAP.
Mhm.
So has Aquarion worked with the CAAs in the past?
We have not worked with them just to implement the LIWAP program. So we would work with them to communicate, the availability of the LIWAP program. Again, this is, a new path for us with regards to water affordability, and the company is very supportive of this program. And I believe Mr. Morrissey mentioned that the National Association of Water Companies is working to promote a permanent, LIWAP. We're supportive of that as well. So we would work with the action agencies. We've developed some relationships with them since we're implementing the LIWAP program, and we would continue to do that to promote our LIWAP program.
That's helpful, thank you. So taking from that, you have no objections or concerns with Mr. Colton's recommendation that the company not just rely on Operation Fuel, but also work with community action agencies?
We will. We would need to figure out a way to best administer that. Communication's one thing, and then administration is another. And we'd have to work out, how to best connect all the points so that everything is streamlined and we're not receiving information, from 20 different agencies, and then it becomes hard to administer. So I'm more than happy to figure out a way to hopefully make that happen in an easy way, if at all possible. I know it's difficult even for the gas and the electric, so I've been reading up and trying to understand what are the challenges and how do we structure this as effectively as we can to make it impactful.
And when you say make it impactful, would you agree that an important component of an impactful low-income program is to make the rate that the customer has to pay affordable within their budget?
Yeah, I think it should be impactful, which I think we've proposed a 15% discount, which is, higher than the 10%, that I read was in the docket that addressed this. So it's sort of like a middle ground. And when you look at the average cost of water, you're talking about $600 a year. So we think 15% is a reasonable amount to start with. And I believe that was what was also approved for Connecticut Water. So we've modeled this program based on something that was, I believe, already reviewed and approved. And again, I'm just restating that I think water is very different than the gas and the electrics. We, have some catch up, I think, with regards to understanding, the different agencies and how they all work together to get this program out there for customers. But I think the way we've structured this with the 15% with an average water bill of $600 per year is a good place to start.
Thank you. That concludes my attempt to ask questions.
Thank you. I just have hopefully a few follow-up questions. First, in response to Consumer Counsel Coleman's question, she was asking a couple questions about that 90% increase that the company observed during COVID. just wanted to connect the dots. I saw in response to EOE 54, there was a mention that the company had waived eligibility requirements, I think in the beginning of 2020.
We waived the eligibility requirements for the $50, again, to help customers who are not yet past due, but understood that they were having some difficulty paying their bill. And we thought that if they did not become, behind in their bill, that would help us also, like, you don't have to print reminder notices, you don't have to go shut them and things when we were allowed to shut, not, when we were prevented from doing so. So we thought that that would be helpful to our operation and to the customers who are really trying to pay their bill.
Okay. But it was that the 90% increase, we're talking about the same thing, right? The 90% increase was in the $50 program participation?
That was total.
Okay, so that's between the $50 and the $250.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And there was no eligibility difference for the $250 component?
No, there was. They anything over $50, they would have to qualify because that criteria is that you were already past due. You had to provide proof of a past due bill, and then the income qualification would apply.
Thank you. Yeah, you responded well to my question, but I actually meant there was no adjustment to that criteria as a result of COVID, but it sounds like the answer is no, to the $250 criteria.
Correct. We had implemented that prior to COVID.
Thank you.
We just lifted the requirement for the $50 due to COVID.
Understood. Thank you. I think you testified last week that, I remember the confusion over the word cap. I think you testified last week that there is an up to $50,000 annual cost for the $50 cap program. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a $50,000, maybe I'll change the word to allowance. And we put that in place, that is 100% paid by the shareholder. And we implemented that program back in 2007.
Okay. And the $10,000 annual administrative cost paid to Operation Fuel, is that incremental? Is that outside of that allowance?
Yes.
Okay. And where does that $10,000, is that in rates? Is that recovered through rates?
It's in that same, it's all captured in the same account. So it's kept separate from, covered expenses.
Okay. But how does the company recover the $10,000 it pays to Operation Fuel?
It's in the same account, so it would be excluded from rates.
Okay. So that is funded by shareholders.
Yes.
Then it sounds like, okay. So that neither of those figures, neither the whatever the amount under the $50,000 allowance for the actual funding, nor the $10,000 annual administrative cost is in the test year in this case, then, correct?
It was not in the test year, but I would like to take an opportunity as a read-in to just confirm what we proposed for the new rate year.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question, was whether, well, backing up a little, it's my understanding that the CAP program is going to continue, like that the low income discount rate that the company is proposing isn't replacing the CAP program, it's in addition to it, correct?
Correct.
And the proposal would be that the funding mechanism for that would remain the same, with the same $50,000, as you just called it, allowance, and the same $10,000 administrative fee associated with that, with the administration of the CAP program?
Yes, and Ms. Abel is going to clarify whether that was included in our.
And Chairman, just for the record, we're going to provide that as read-in T, and that would be for the rate year treatment of the expenses for the CAP program, including the administrative fee to Operation Fuel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there was testimony last week, and I think confirmed today, that the company that there would be incremental administrative expenses associated with the low income discount rate for Operation Fuel, but the company hasn't determined those yet, correct?
Correct.
And would the proposal for the recovery of those expenses be the same proposal as the actual payment, the low income discount rate to customers itself? Meaning, are those administrative expenses going to be recovered in the RAM? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your testimony on page 20 discusses the company's support of local charities and community organizations. I was just curious if the company incurs any costs associated with those activities that you're referencing.
The only costs would be any contributions that we've made to them, which have been identified in some of the responses in this rate proceeding.
Thank you. That was my next question, is whether there's interlap between those activities you're describing on that page 20 and the $73,664 cost reference in OCC 11. Is that? Those are the costs related to civil and community sponsorships we discussed last week on the revenue requirements panel.
If they weren't specifically identified in OCC 11, then they were not. Then we didn't make a contribution as part of this response to this interrogatory.
Okay.
They may be in others that I'm not familiar with. A lot of times the contribution is, for example, with Hartford Healthcare collection food and what we call the House of Hope. We solicit contributions, food from our employees, and so some of the like Big Y is a big partner. So the contribution is just to collect food and bring it to St. V's and Hartford Healthcare to distribute to local food pantries.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that that's the same, that we're talking about this essentially the same. Sounds like there's overlap there, that perhaps the costs in OCC 11, that there might be costs in OCC 11 that aren't specifically referred to in your testimony, but that if there are costs incurred in the activities described in your testimony, then those would be that same category of costs for which that are included in the rate year.
Yeah, I think, my response in my testimony on page 20 is really to indicate the level of commitment from our employees who, really devote time, and that the company communicates and encourages our employees to give back to the communities. For example, the United Way, I'm on the board, that is completely voluntary, and many members of our management team and, all employees, we encourage them to participate on boards and, collecting toys for needy children and, again, the food for just to help shelters where it doesn't require necessarily a monetary contribution from the company, but it's something that we support and encourage as kind of part of our culture.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking at I'm not actually looking at it, but in the joint rebuttal testimony, there's a statement regarding Mr. Colton's testimony on behalf of the OCC. And the statement says that Mr. Bolton's proposition would require, quote, overly burdensome additional costs or configuration of new tracking mechanisms. That's on page 19.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we've been talking about for even including last week, correct? The notion that the company's proposal right now is to get something running as soon as possible without having to implement costly adjustments, but with the mind that moving forward, the company would be engaged in a conversation to try to solidify something that's to improve the program over time. Is that accurate?
Yeah, based on the data that we see and input from you and others, we'd be willing to consider it.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the mechanics of the cost recovery in view of that that kind of question. So, because it's my understanding the proposal is that the company would put into action the program as it describes in its application, and that the short-term plan would be as it collects data, works towards making improvements based on that data. In the intervening time, the costs incurred for managing that program, the immediate program, would be recovered in the RAM, right? On an annual basis.
I think to clarify, when we talk about recovery through the RAM, we're talking about the revenue discounts that would be provided to customers. So we have not factored in to our rate design any decrease in collected revenue associated with the success of that program, because that's the portion that we don't have the data to support. So under that context, what we were trying to describe in terms of from a recovery and rate making proposal was, to the extent, let's say the program results in $100,000 of discounts provided to customers during a calendar year. Essentially, when we do our annual RAM filing, all else being equal, it would show that we undercollected $100,000. And so that would be adjusted for in that reconciliation process. It was the company's expectation from like an administrative standpoint, with the way that we have proposed the program just being an on-bill discount, it would be quick to implement in terms of structuring it in our IT and billing system, and that we wouldn't be incurring significant costs to administer that program. So we had not contemplated or made any adjustments to our O&M expenses in the test year for recovery of those types of expenses. So I just wanted to be clear when we talk about the cost, the RAM would address revenue shortfall, but cost in terms of administrative expenses is not contemplated in either the revenue requirement, and I would not anticipate that would get captured in a RAM filing as well.
Thank you. That's helpful. And those costs, would those be deferred as a regulatory asset? Is that the notion?
Again, I think it depends on what sort of a program is approved. So the program as proposed by the company, we feel would be simple to implement, to just update our billing system for an on-bill discount pending verification from Operation Fuel. We don't anticipate there being significant O&M expenses to contemplate deferring them until the next rate case. However, if a different style program is implemented and it does create an additional administrative burden, the company would like the opportunity to reconsider that, and might suggest the use of a deferral mechanism.
Thank you. So there was just, Ms. Texera was just testifying, though, that there will be incremental expense the company expects associated with the fees paid to Operation Fuel. So those, you're saying, it sounds like what you're saying is that the company doesn't expect those expenses to be material enough to qualify for a deferral, that those would just sort of be swallowed within the regular O&M budget recovered in rates?
I think we're thinking in the context of, the activity that we see right now with our CAP program and the potential that many of those same customers would qualify for both programs, working with Operation Fuel, that we wouldn't be charged, twofold for the same customers calling in.
Okay. Well, now I'm a little confused because I feel like I'm hearing from Ms. Texera that there is going to be additional administrative expense, but now it sounds from you, Ms. Sabo, like there isn't going to be.
The distinction I'm trying to make is the level of those incremental expenses. So if the fee goes from $10,000 and they're going to say it's additional work and maybe they're going to charge us $15,000 for $5,000, I'm suggesting that the company would not propose a deferral between now and the next rate case. However, without knowing what directives the company will find itself faced with in terms of what program we will have to implement, it's difficult to determine what those incremental costs are. When we talked about earlier different programs and the level of administrative effort, if it's something that would require additional headcount, in the company's billing department to administer that program, that's certainly an expense worthy of having a conversation whether a deferral is necessary.
Understood. So just a couple more questions about the RAM proceeding, about the specific to the revenue shortfall created by providing the discount itself. Does the company expect to have to apply for that reconciliation with any kind of demonstration of the successes of the program, of its prudency in administering it, its cost controls? Does the company expect there to be that kind of what I'll call substantive evaluation of the program, or is the company foreseeing just a numerical reconciliation, just showing the revenue shortfall and seeking reconciliation?
I mean, I think it would be appropriate if there was quantification within that filing of the participation levels and what portion of revenue shortfall was attributed to that program. I don't know that we are equipped at this point to provide in-depth analysis, on what those shortfalls represented. Certainly we would have the customer data in terms of, like I said, participation and strict dollar amounts that we could add as another quantitative measure in that filing.
Okay.
I think again to reiterate what Ms. Szabo said, we'd be willing to provide data to the extent that we have it. But I know in the docket with the electrics and the gas, there was some request for the impact on like bad debt and shutoffs, and we would try to create a correlation, but I know even at the electric level, their statement was that it's difficult to do. So I think that would apply to us as well. That's hard to do, especially when you're introducing the program, but it's likely something that you can build upon with experience and with data.
Sure. And you testified earlier, Ms. Texera, that you reviewed the recent decision from the authority in docket number 17-1203 RA11 pertaining to the low income discount rate. Is it your understanding that the costs associated with that rate, that the electric distribution companies are going to be able to recover those costs through an annual reconciliation mechanism?
Based on my understanding, subject to check, I think that the Pura said that they would consider and review the costs, but it wasn't a slam dunk, recovery of those. But again, I think when you look at the magnitude of the expense, even with implementing the 3 tiers, some of the numbers that I saw were for Eversource were like $3.6 million, an additional potential 4 to 8 employees. Now we're just a subset of that. But again, I think it's an example of the more complex the program, the more it's going to cost. And I think we need to make it simple and then show over time the impact of the program without incurring, significant amount of costs to all the ratepayers. And it's easy to implement. So, we can, within a month or so, get it up and running and communicate it, as much as we can to get it out there as a vehicle to assist customers rather than waiting, a year or more to update our systems to accommodate some of this information. And again, I think for us, it would be even longer because we'd have to change our processes. We'd have to collect personal data. We'd have to make sure our systems are compliant from a PCI compliance. So this is all new, and it would be something that we'd really have to really look at everything to come up with the impact to the organization. But I know that it will be extremely impactful for the company to implement all those changes.
Thank you. I think this is my last set of questions, although Consumer Counsel Coleman might have a couple more follow-ups. I've heard now Ms. Szabo and Ms. Texera at different points during this panel make comments. I just want to make sure I understand. Make comments to the effect of that the expectation of the company is that the participation rate in its proposed low-income discount rate program isn't expected to be materially different from the current participation rate in the CAP program. Is that an accurate
I think
summation?
that's our best estimate and point that we have collected for us to, again, estimate what the impact is.
Okay. But this program, as you just testified, is going to be in addition to the CAP program, and therefore this program, would you agree, is going to have overall a greater reduction for customer bills than what's currently in place?
Yes, I
Okay.
agree.
And you don't expect that greater reduction in customer bills to incent a greater participation rate than what's currently in place?
I hope it does. I think if we communicate, the benefit and customers feel it's like really impactful to them, that they will utilize it. That's our wish. And we will, report the experience, including our communication plans. So we want to be completely transparent with our efforts to make the program available to everyone that needs it.
Thank you. One moment. Last follow-up. You were testifying earlier about the multifamily customers that have a single meter. We heard testimony earlier last week that it's typically the landlord in those scenarios who is the account holder. So it's difficult for the company to identify which of those customers would qualify. What's the company's plan to ensure that this proposed low-income discount rate will impact those customers?
Again, assuming that the customers are in need and they're working through social services agencies and Operation Fuel, that we would try to reach them through that venue. That again, I don't know if they're signed up for our social media where we would promote it extensively. But it's also difficult for us to, for example, mail information to multifamily homes, assuming that they may be low income. We can potentially do that, where we're mailing information, but we're again assuming that these people might qualify for a program.
Okay, and you testified earlier with Consumer Counsel Coleman that currently Operation Fuel verifies program eligibility using name, address, and account number. But in those situations, the name and the account number would be typically the landlord's name and the landlord's account number. So does the company have a plan for adjusting its verification of eligibility criteria to account for that?
Well, if someone has been pre-qualified for other benefits based on whether it's SNAP or there's a number of programs that would pre-qualify you even for LIWOP, that we would consider that. And I think that we would need to work with the landlords to provide a copy of a bill, because we are kind of restricted from sharing personal information with those potentially low-income people. So there would need to be some level of cooperation, I think, between the landlord and the tenant to provide that benefit. But we would be willing to work with Operation Fuel to assist in that process.
Okay, thank you. I think we are finally all set. Thank you so much to the panel and to the authority.
Of course. Thank you. Is the Attorney General present? All right. In that case, we are going to call up EOE for cross of this panel, please. Okay, and we are gonna take a lunch break at 12:30, so, or whenever EOE wraps up, but, if we need to go longer than 12:30, we will take the lunch break at that time.
Chairman, I'm not going to need 60 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Frank Algieri, Pura EOE staff. My questions are going to be mainly for Ms. Texiera, but if anyone else on the panel has anything to contribute, please chip in. Let's start with the response to EOE 23 and the attachment number 1 with it.
Report. Sorry, EOE 23?
Correct.
Sorry, I was looking in the wrong section. Yes,
Okay. In the response, company stated that owners of multifamily residences are required to pay a security deposit of approximately $300. Is it a fixed amount, always 300, or does that number vary?
it's fixed $300.
$300, okay. How long has it been $300?
I believe since the last rate proceeding in 2013.
Okay. And looking at the attachment number 1, on page 3 of that attachment, it states that commercial and residential single-family tenants have to pay a deposit of $100. And that is the current standard, and that number is fixed?
Residential is $100, yes. I
Okay.
think there's a typo on this application.
Okay. So that $100 should just apply to residential single-family tenants? So in the security deposit regulations, there's a requirement that security deposit cannot exceed an amount equivalent to the estimated maximum bill for 90 days. How do you ensure that both of these fixed amounts comply with that regulation?
Well, that's the average bill over 90 days. Well, if you look at our average bill on a consolidated basis is about $40 to $50. So when you look at the 90-day average, it would be more than $100 on an estimated basis.
Okay, so focusing on the residential customers, you're saying that the average residential bill is between $40 and $50?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe there's a breakout of the average cost in the application.
Okay, thank you. Just a few more questions on the attachment in EOE 23. This appears to be an online form, is that so?
Yes.
Okay. So if you had a customer without internet access, are these questions that are asked of them by a customer service rep over the telephone?
Yes, they would be over the telephone.
Okay.
And we would email the application or they could mail it in.
Okay. Also referencing back to the security deposit regulations, are you aware there are exemptions to the requirement of a security deposit for certain residential customers?
Yes, I think we do. My understanding is that we will make exceptions if the customer is claiming that it would be unduly burdensome to provide that.
Okay. I noticed that in this attachment number 1, those exemptions from the regulation aren't included in the form. Is there a reason for that?
No specific reason other than it's not included, but we will update it to include that.
So in those cases where customers are being asked these questions over the telephone, are they told of the exemptions under the security deposit regulations?
If it's not on the form, the customer service rep is likely not asking the questions to be completely transparent.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on for now to EOE 58 and also EOE number 1.
I'm sorry, where did you go? Frank?
EOE 1, EOE 58.
Yep.
Just a baseline question here. In regard to your security deposits, does Aquarion have a definition for satisfactory credit?
Yes, we do.
What is that definition?
It's if the customer is in a good payment status during the process of the year, meaning they haven't defaulted on their bill during the course of the year.
Okay. Was that listed anywhere in any kind of notification or correspondence to the customer?
I'd have to check our welcome letter to see if it's included in that. And other than in our rules and regulations, which are on our website, I'm not certain that it's a specific reference to customers when they sign up for service.
Chairman and Mr. Augeri, can we provide a late file on that just to allow Ms. Texera a chance to research it and respond to Mr. Augeri?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, then we will have late file exhibit 67 is to provide a reference to where the company discloses the definition of satisfactory credit rating.
Basically, confirmation that that definition is provided in writing in any form to the customers. Okay. I know that in your response to EOE 58, the company said it proposes a new procedure for the disbursement of security deposits. Is that procedure basically the same as what you just described?
What we had been doing is slightly different than what was originally written. So the way we're administering this is if a customer called in and requested it, we would provide it to them after 1 year of good standing, or if it was sooner or later than that when they moved out. What we are proposing to do to be, I believe, in better compliance with this is that after 1 year, without the customer calling, we will reimburse the customer for that deposit with the applicable interest.
Okay, so going back to EOE 1, company stated that security deposits are returned in connection with the final bill during move-out process or at a customer's request.
Mhm.
So prior to coming up with this new procedure, outside of those two occurrences, were security deposits ever returned along with the accrued interest when satisfactory credit had been established?
After the 1 year,
After the 1 year,
no, customers would call in, or if they moved out, that's the time period in which we would return the security deposit.
so if that customer had not called in, but had a full year of not missing a payment, no delinquent balances, no termination notices, that security deposit was not being returned.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know how many customers were affected by this? would it be possible for the company to tell us how many customers with security deposits that had established good credit for at least 1 year where the deposit was not returned?
I'd have to investigate that. and
Could we
provide a
possibly get that as a late filed exhibit?
Okay. So late file exhibit 68 is to provide, Mr. Ojeri, what timeframe were you looking for?
Uh, eh, last 3 years.
Okay, so Mr. Ojeri, I apologize. So just let me summarize this. Provide information regarding how many customers achieved satisfactory credit in the last 3 years, but did not receive a return of the security deposit within 1 year. Is that?
Upon the achievement of satisfactory credit.
Is that clear to the company? Thank you.
Thank you. And relating back to the previous late file where you're going to check the welcome letter, I had a question on EOE 18, which is regarding the welcome letter. While you're checking that welcome letter, do you know if that letter can be revised to include a statement that a brief explanation of customer rights can be made available upon request?
Yes, that's actually in process right now.
Okay, thank you. EOE 21, please. The response says you're working with EOE to commence the restart. Just wondering if you have an anticipated restart date at this point.
Our billing manager is working on some communications to send so that we can start working with you. We had started working on non-compliance approvals for our PTs and some construction programs. So that's next on our to-do list.
Within the next 6 months?
Oh, within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to EOE 20 and EOE 38.
So did you say EOE 20?
Yes, correct, 20. Just trying to make sure I'm not confusing things here. In EOE 20, company stated that there are 341 reads on the implausible list. That does not mean 341 separate customers, correct? Or does it?
There could be duplicate reasons why a customer is on the implausible list, but it's typically individual customers. So for example, if a customer has received a certain number of consecutive estimates, or there's a 0 read, or it's a high read, or a low read, those are examples of what would show up on the implausible list, which our billing reps would investigate further before they release the bill, or if they deploy a service technician to investigate the reason for it.
Okay. So in EOE 38, the company refers to customers where you're seeking access due to the need for a meter change, a meter repair, or a missing reading.
Mhm.
Would any of the 341 customers on that, or 341 reads, excuse me, would that include anybody that needed a meter change, meter repair, or meter reading?
It would likely be if it required a repair or a reading and the company would not be able to remedy the issue without gaining access to a customer home, then yes, that could be part of the 341. It would typically not be a meter change for, for non-compliance with, the meter changeout program, unless we had a zero read, which would likely mean that we would need to replace the meter.
So of the three categories in EOE 38, meter change, meter repair, meter reading, they will not always show up in the implausible list.
Not if we just need to make a meter change out.
Okay.
That doesn't cause an issue with the bill.
Okay. Would it be possible to get as a late filed exhibit a breakdown of the 341 implausible list reads that are either meter change, meter repair, or meter reading?
I will ask our billing manager if she's able to retroactively go back and see what the breakout was. I'm not 100% sure when a read is released, if it corrects it and we're not able to go back. But I mean, I'll certainly try. If not, can I provide the number of implausibles, for example, as of today's date, broken out that way?
That would be perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so we're up to late file exhibit 69. And Mr. Ojeri, the 341 implausibles, that was an EOE. What reference was
EOE 20.
reference? 20. That and the breakdown you wanted was meter repair, meter reading, or what was the third?
Meter reading, meter change, meter repair. That was from EOE 38.
Thank you. And Attorney Pace?
That's fine. We will provide that in a late file. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Just some additional follow-up on EOE 38. In that response, there were a number of letters filed as attachments.
Mhm.
So of the total number of customers where you're waiting on access, do you know where these customers fall in regard to the procedure of receiving either the first, second, or third letter?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, how many we would have first, second, and third.
Right. So I guess we could ask for another late file if that's something that could be,
I'll do
you
my
can
best.
get back to us on it?
Mhm.
Yep.
I apologize, Mr. Ojeri. That's late file exhibit 70, and you want to
Late file, 70, yes, EOE 38. That would be a breakdown of customers, who's received the first, how many have received the first, how many the second, how many the third letter.
And is for any outstanding billing.
These would be customers where you're trying to gain access to perform whatever service on that meter.
I will do my best to respond to that. It might be difficult to track by letter, other than like what happens is if a customer shows up on the implausible list, we may release the bill, send them a first letter, and then the next month, if they haven't called, they will continue to be on that implausible list, and we'll send them a second letter. I'm not certain that our system allows us to track the number by letter, but I will work with my billing manager to respond as accurately as I can to that request.
Okay. One last question on the letter.
Mhm.
Letter number 3, the final letter. In that letter, it speaks to the company possibly shutting off service. Do you know, has Aquarion terminated service to any of those customers that have received that third letter in the last year?
No, I mean, we have not. That is why we're proposing to pass this by EOE, to make sure that you're all comfortable with the language as we've, coming out of COVID. That is what we've been doing with all of our procedures that require a shut at some point in time. And the reason for that is, at times customers will call you to discuss the reasons for the shut, and it's a way for you all to understand what our processes are and that you're in agreement with them.
Okay. And I'm assuming that the company is making provisions for multifamily dwellings where you have one meter serving multiple customers.
As I've said, we don't shut. We have one issue actually that we've discussed with Pura, where a landlord is refusing to allow us entry into the home to comply with the meter changeout program. Even when we've suggested that the shut will be for 15 minutes and we've notified all the tenants. And in a situation like that, it's, sort of, what do we do? Because you can't shut because it's a multifamily, but we also need to comply with the regulations. So that's where we're seeking input from Pura to help us remedy that situation.
Okay. Do you know what the longest time one of your customers has gone without access for a meter change?
The longest, I don't know how long. I know we work really hard to get customers to respond. I suspect with, COVID, coming out of COVID, where customers didn't allow us access, there could be customers 2+ years that are not allowing us into their home to change their meter.
Okay, let's move on to EOE 57, please. Does the company have unregulated charges that it bills customers?
Unregulated on our bill?
Yes.
Customers? No.
Okay, so there would never be a situation where unregulated charges appear on a termination notice?
No.
Okay. I'll ask this just to confirm. If Aquarion was asked to, it indicated that it could provide line items on shut-off notices. Is that?
It would be extremely hard for us to do that. It's not a common practice, and based on the language that's included in that shut-off notice, it would be, we'd have to reconfigure our whole notice for any past due balances, interest and the like. And again, because we now bill monthly, those customers have received that information. It's available on the portal. And if they call, we are able to walk them through what makes up that amount. But while it's, everything is possible, but there's a pretty significant cost and level of effort to make that happen.
I was going to ask you, does HARD also include an extra cost
Yes.
to do that? Thank you. All right, one last question, and bear with me, I'm asking this for staff who's not here today. So EOE 60. The interrogatory reference regulation 16-16-3. Does the company file immediate reports, or does it have immediate reports for the past 12 months?
Yes, we file immediate reports.
Okay, so those have already been filed?
Yes.
And they were, okay. I think I'm all set with this then. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney White?
Yes, thank you. And I'm Kim White, by the way. I'm sorry I don't have a placard because I was a last minute addition due to illness. Just following up on Mr. Augier's last question, did you file those reports for the last 12 months in response to EOE 60?
Well, we file them on a continuous basis as the incidents occur. And so we file them per incident, then we file 5-day, and then we file the monthly report.
Okay, so I think what we're trying to ask here is EOE 60 asked for the monthly reports that were filed under that reg, and or the interrogatory requested all reports, and it didn't see immediate reports for the past 12 months. So I think we were wondering why there's a gap there, if we're missing reports or if there just weren't any.
So we thought that, so the monthly report is all encompassing. So it's a kind of a culmination of the immediate reports and the 5-day reports. So we kind of thought that just encompassing the monthly reports would provide the information in the response. If you would like us to file all of the reports, we can do that.
Please, yes, thank you.
So Chairman and Attorney White, we can provide that in a late file. It's acceptable to the chairman and to Attorney White.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 71, and it's referred to EOE 60. Provide all, what were the missing reports, the monthly ones or the immediate ones?
The immediate ones for the past 12 months.
I do have one follow-up question. Since these are filed on Pura's website, is there a way that we can have like administrative notice that you can, or?
I'm willing for you to do that. If you can direct us to exactly where they're on the website, just provide the links out and that's sufficient.
Okay.
And
Okay.
depending on what the authority wants. For EOE's purposes, that would be sufficient.
Okay, if the late file exhibit wants to list the URLs, that's fine. I still need them brought in through the late file exhibit.
Okay.
If that's okay.
We'll do. We'll make sure we do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, just to be clear, that there's going to be a separate filing for everything listed on the monthly report. So there's going to be a separate, and then an additional 5 days. So it's going to be a lot of paper and information. So I just wanted to be clear.
Understood. So if you do the URLs rather than reproducing the paper, does that satisfy that?
The problem is that this is all filed and are undocketed. So you would have to click on each individual filing. So there would be a separate URL for each filing.
For each immediate and each,
Correct. I just want to make sure we can pull all the information together and put it in a PDF. I just wanted to make sure that if it was going to be relevant and for the information, since we're providing the monthly report, we can provide the immediate reports. They've been filed. It's just would be a lot of paper.
okay.
Either the URLs are fine with EOE. We're not looking for to be environmentally unfriendly in the filing. So
Right.
we're happy with whatever way is the least issue.
Okay, so and I recognize that they're in the undocketed database. If we can do the URLs to the undocketed databases rather than
It
reproducing.
actually might be easier to provide the paper, doing it that way. Because then we're already going to the immediate, each filing. So you're going to
Okay.
have probably hundreds of URL links.
Chairman, what I can recommend is, we'll provide the authority with the information. We'll use the
Okay.
most efficient approach, recognizing the authority needs to access that. So we'll take that offline at the type of your time with that administrative issue, and we'll provide whatever approach is best for the authority to meet your needs.
Very good, thank you. I do not want a paper copy of this late file exhibit, like provided, a PDF.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Going to EOE 25, please. What is the scheduling window for appointments?
We have a 2-hour window.
And how late does a technician have to be before the appointment is considered missed and the customer is credited the $57?
Believe it, 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, so going to EOE 71. If you can let me know if you're ready.
Yes.
Okay. In the response to EOE 71, the company states that the KPIs listed are related to monitoring the health of the communications channels, but that the company has no written policies or procedures to improve them. Without those, how does the company determine whether the campaigns are useful and cost effective?
Excuse me 1 minute. I don't know why it's not. So we don't have written procedures with regards to addressing it. It's something that our social media manager monitors and discusses with us and with myself and with our director of corporate communications on the effectiveness of the channels. So whether it's Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn or email, and therefore we select the channels that we feel are most impactful depending on the messaging. So for example, if we're trying to reach specific customers, we will email them if we have the email on record. And we monitor the open rate, which I am told is approximately 40%, which is very good compared to best practices. It doesn't mean that we don't evaluate it, but we just don't have written procedures on, if this, then that type of scenarios.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat back to you what I think I heard you say, and I just want you to make sure that I understood you correctly. So to determine whether or not a campaign is useful and effective, for instance, you use variables such as the open rate, and you're trying to look for a specific number. So for open rate, you use 40%. Is that a good number? Because that was actually going to be my next question. So you're going there well. Is 40% the number that you're looking for an open rate?
40% or higher. I'm told by our social media manager that in his experience, that number is lower than 40%. So it tells him, and he in turn tells me that email communications with our customers is a good channel to deliver information. We don't get a lot of blocked emails, which is another indicator that he monitors. Is it that our target? It's higher than 40%. We always look to where we are and improving on that. And as a result, for example, we are looking at cleansing some of our data. So it's like once we evaluate the KPI, we look at what are the hindrances for us getting that number higher. And we realize that we have a lot of wrong emails for customers. And so we're working on improving that so that we can continue to increase the number of people that will open up the emails and to make sure that we have the appropriate emails.
Okay, so for example, in EOE 71 attachment 1, the December 21st, 2020 email that entitled 2020-1221 AWC CT customers scam awareness, it was one of the top 5 lowest open rate emails at 24.2%, and its click rate was only 0.2%. What did the company do after seeing those metrics to improve upon that?
Can you refer?
Yeah, EOE 71, attachment 1. And there's an example, it's dated December 21st, 2020. So I believe the way your emails are titled are it's year 2020 and then 12/21 dash AWC dash CT customers dash scam awareness. Let's see if I can find the.
Are you looking at the Excel spreadsheet or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Trying to find her. I believe it's line 96 on the Excel spreadsheet.
Well, it shows the email open rate of 24%, 24.2%.
24%.
The mobile open rate of 46.6%.
Could you repeat that, Ms. Sarah? I can't hear
Sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. The line item 96 that you referred to shows an open rate of 24.2%. And then a mobile open rate of 46.6, desktop open rate of 53%. Is that right?
Right, and a click rate of 0.2.
Right. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
In this case, it just shows us the channels and how customers are receiving the information and how they choose to open it. So we will look at that and utilize this information to plan for things like, our having an app, where it looks like the mobile open rate is higher on the mobile rate and the desktop of 56%. It doesn't mean that we won't use that channel. At times, just customers aren't interested in a certain topic, and that will influence, their how they click on it and read about it. And we also try to utilize not only one channel, but in a case where we have in this particular topics scams, we will do sometimes a press release. We'll include it on our bill inserts and use different channels. So a customer may have read about it in another channel and may not open, this email just because they already are familiar with the topic.
So when you use multi-channel methods to communicate the same piece of information, do you have the ability to follow through with that and determine which of those channels was most effective?
I believe that we do have that capability.
So sticking with the EOE 71, but going to attachment 2. Does the information presented come from Google Analytics?
I'd have to confirm that.
Okay.
I can do a read-in. We just have to call our.
Okay. We were basically just trying to determine, can you explain, it appears that the number of users trended upward, but that the bounce rate increased. Can you explain what the bounce rate represents?
The bounce rate means that a customer may have blocked us or it's an incorrect email and it came back to us. So that's why we're working to cleanse the data.
In attachment 2, I think maybe we're using different terms. Attachment 2 is looking at the length, the duration of visits to the website.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, let me please open or find the right attachment here. Okay. We're referring to EOE 71 attachment 2 still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which line are you referring to?
Well, in general, if you go over time, I'm looking at the entirety of the document. It starts in Q1 2020 and continues to go forward in time. What I'm determining bounce rate in this instance is it's the number of single page session when a user visits a single page before ending the session divided by the total number of sessions. So if you look at, I believe it's column.
Sorry, it was on a different.
No, it's okay.
Mhm.
You can see, sorry, it doesn't give me the column number at the top. The column titled pages/sessions. It gives you the number of pages, and then it also, if you divide that by the number of page views, you can come up with a pretty low bounce rate. But even just using the pages/session, you come up with 1.8. So my ultimate question is that is there a single page at which a customer might come to the website and visit only a single page,
Yes,
which would be probably
customer service, it's typically people are looking to make a payment.
okay, payment. Okay. So if someone comes to the website just to make a payment, what does the company do to drive customers to other pages on the website, such as conservation or customer assistance or something like that? Because it looks like from the data that possibly customers are very directed toward going to the website. So do you do something to help point them to the other information?
Well, again, on every single bill over the last couple of years, we've been, we have a section on our bill that has, an insert, and we typically use that to communicate variable topics, but it's been devoted to, payment arrangements, avoiding shutoffs, explaining our low income, our customer assistance program. And the link is on the bill, to where to go to make a payment and to learn more about payment options. So I suspect that that's, driving people there. But if people go to our homepage, that really has, all the different topics that a customer might be interested in learning about, with subpages for customer, for conservation, for community programs. When we're in a drought, it's very much utilized with our towns to report data usage by customer and where we are in the drought. There's a lot of different, lots of different information on that homepage, but most people do go to our website to make a payment or schedule an appointment or call customer service. And we have revamped the website over the last couple of years to make it mobile friendly and adding different languages, to make sure that we represent a larger customer group in our communities.
Just have a couple more questions. Sticking with the OE 71, but going to attachment 3, the social media data. So it lists 4 social media channels and their respective share of followers. Are the budgets allocated equally among the 4 channels?
We have a total budget, and our social media manager will allocate the cost based on the best use. So if he feels like Facebook or Twitter, have the greatest response rate and open rate or impressions, he will use those channels more frequently than others.
Does the company have any way of knowing how much of the LinkedIn audience is ratepayers as opposed to job seekers, recruiters, industry professionals, things such as that?
I don't know that information. I can inquire about it and respond back to you if that would be helpful. I'm not 100% certain that we have it, but I'm
Yes.
always surprised at the level of information that we have that I'm not aware of.
If you do have that information, we would appreciate seeing it.
Okay, so Layfog 72 would be you should provide additional granularity regarding the LinkedIn audience statistics.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Something indicating that it's ratepayers as opposed to others who might be visiting the site. Has there been a measurable increase in customer satisfaction since you added the role of manager of digital communications?
Our satisfaction rate has been 94% over the last, couple of years. But I believe that our manager of social media has been instrumental in helping us educate our customers on the company's payment programs and what we have available to customers. I think it's a necessary part of doing business in today's digital age.
So for my last question, I'm going to return to actually OCC's last question. If I understood your response to OCC was asking you about multifamily properties and in which the landlord is the account holder and how that regards your low income discount rate. And if I understood you correctly, you were saying that a customer of a tenant living in one of those multifamily properties would already be, contacted with CAAs and other points of the system at which they could possibly get on the rate. But I'm confused as to how that could work if the landlord is the account holder. Are you saying that if any tenant in the property is a low income tenant, then the entire property gets on the discount rate?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the landlord would have to help, the tenant qualify, and we'd have to try to figure out a way to assist them. I'm not sure it's possible. I think what I said is that, it's something that we would have to try to work out if it makes sense to do that. But right now we can't give, a tenant a credit or, say that he's going to be approved unless we work through a process where the tenant can identify the amount of the water bill and could qualify, that customer for some sort of credit.
But the tenant being the landlord is the customer, though.
Correct,
The landlord is
because
the account holder.
it's assumed that in that tenant's rent, there is a portion of water, right, a water service. And that's where the complexity comes in, is that if the customer is a low income family, they're not our customer, we can't identify them, but is there a mechanism or a way to assist them paying their rent, which includes, some water costs in there? That's a process we're just going to have to try to work out, as part of this, introduction of this program.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, did I hear you say that you thought approximately 67% of the multifamily housing in Bridgeport was low income? Or maybe I said that backwards, 67% of the low income individuals in Bridgeport lived in multifamily housing?
Yeah, the information that's on the website that I looked at said that 67% of people that live below the poverty level live in a multifamily or housing apartments.
Okay.
That doesn't correlate necessarily to our customer base. It's just a data point.
I understand. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll turn to questions from the bench. Commissioner Karen?
No questions from me, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay. I have a number of questions. The first one, I'd like to go back to EOE 23 attachment 1. And I can give you a moment to get there if necessary, but my clarifying question is, there's a box on the third page that says chat with us. And I guess my question is, what does that entail, please?
It is an opportunity for a customer to speak with a rep, in writing, a live person rather than calling with questions.
Thank you. And is that a feature that's available to customers at a certain time of the day and through certain pages?
It's available on our website landing page, and it's available from 8 to 4:30. And the reason it's not till 5:30 is we have lower staffing during that last hour of the day. And we don't want to make it a bad customer experience where they're on hold. So we shut it down at 4:30 so that customers get a quick response.
Thank you. And who staffs that? Is it just customer service reps and they're assigned to either the phone or the?
Yes, the customer service reps handle either the phone. There's a limited number that handle chat based on their skill level, but it's all handled internally.
Okay, thank you. I had a clarifying question, and I probably should have started here while you had EOE 71 up. But I understood from the responses that the company began tracking KPIs for communications channels in the first quarter of 2020. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay. And was it the hiring of the social media manager that caused you to start tracking KPIs?
Yes.
Okay. And did the company, so there were no KPIs whatsoever for the communications channels prior to January 1 of 2020?
We didn't have the staff and the expertise in-house to really have a good, effective program. So we would use Facebook, on a more limited basis just because we didn't have the resources. And we, at that time, decided that it was a needed investment, as many people are receiving communications digitally, and we needed to invest in this position in the organization.
Thank you. There were communications expenditures prior to 2020, though.
Yes, there were some expenditures related to social media on a more limited basis.
Okay, thank you. Is there a portion of the communications budget in the test year that is carved out for the new low-income discount rate program? Or is that subsumed? Well, let me back up a second. Did the company contemplate the need for a communications budget attributed to the establishment of a new discount rate?
We did not. We believe that it would be duties that would be added to our current communications manager to handle.
Okay.
As well as, some of our customer service employees.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can, the reference here would be to RRU 432, which asked about financial hardship coding for billing. Okay, so my characterization of the company's response is that you haven't pursued an estimate of what it would take to upgrade your billing system in order to code for financial hardship. Is that an accurate characterization?
That's accurate.
Was any consideration given to that in lieu of the approach that was considered for discount rates?
It wasn't. And again, I go back to the fact that I think that we need to implement a program that is simple. I know we're going to have to change our IT system pretty significantly. We don't capture Social Security numbers for customers. We also, as part of our move in, move out, the majority of our customers' information comes through the closing process, and the attorneys provide us the information on the customer rather than a customer calling for every single move in, move out, other than, tenants. So we would have to change that process pretty significantly and modify our systems. And the reason why I suppose this happened many, many years ago is that if we go through the attorney when they close on a home, for example, they are more likely to pay their final bill, which reduces, bad debt and outstanding balances on final bills. There's a system configuration. So I can't quantify it, but I think it would be a pretty significant investment on behalf of the company.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I have some clarifying questions regarding the fee-free program. So I think we talked a bit about transaction costs the other day and how to read in. My question is whether the company has assigned a cost to processing payments by check or payments that are made over the phone, like any type of payments that would come in and have to be processed by your customer service personnel. Has the company assigned like a cost, either time or dollars to that processing?
Well, our payments by check are not handled by any internal employee. We outsource that to a third party. So customers mail their bills and their payments into our third party. They process it. We do pay a fee for that as part of doing business. It's a lockbox.
You pay a fee. Is that fee passed through to the customer?
No. I mean, it's included in our rates right now.
Understood. So when the customer writes a check, it's for the amount due. It does not incorporate any processing fee directly other than what's embedded in the rates.
If it's a one-time payment, they pay that $1.95.
Okay, so the $1.95 transaction fee that we were discussing last week with respect to payments made by credit card or debit also extends to payments made by check.
Well, I'm sorry. If they write a check and send it in, there is no cost to the customer.
Okay.
Well, so if they mistakenly send it to our customer service department, for example, we will accumulate, whatever comes in that day, and we'll send it to our lockbox to process. They upload the information, and then it's automatically credited to their account through an upload process. So it's automated.
Okay, but the company incurs a cost associated with that lockbox process, and that is in your cost of service somewhere. Okay. Do you know where in the cost of service I could find that? Is the granularity there that would provide me the dollar amount by transaction?
So there is one GL account that captures all payment processing. So so in your example, it doesn't distinguish for just that one particular vendor. You'd have to drill down into the account level activity to see vendor. And as I say that, I'm not quite sure without looking at it whether it's going to be 200,000 payments times 12 months or how that's accumulated in there. But I do know that it's all captured in one general ledger account for all the vendors that are doing payment processing.
Okay, thank you. Did the company make an assumption? Strike that. Does the company track data that shows today the breakdown of payments made by different forms like check, cash? Well, I'm not sure if you accept cash, but check, credit card, debit card. Do you track that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did the company make an assumption about how those trends may shift with the implementation of the fee-free program?
We did not. So what we had proposed for purposes of our revenue requirement was this incremental fee without any assumption of corresponding changes to the payment activity. But what we had also proposed in this application is that we would track the level of collected in rates versus the expense incurred for this program and accumulate any over or under collection as a reconciling mechanism.
Right, thank you. So would that extend though to capturing the transaction fees for customers that, so I understand that the customer doesn't see the transaction fee for the check, but your cost of service bakes in some level of assumption about transaction fees for checks. So is that going to be part of this reconciling mechanism so that the fees associated with those vendors would be captured in the reconciling component from all forms of payment?
It's a valid question that we had not contemplated, but I do see where you're going, and it I think it would be applicable to have to capture in that scenario all of the payment processing fees in the mechanism and compare that to what was the actual activity.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask a question? And that is to respond to your question, can we submit a late file, a response to the chairman's question on this topic?
I apologize, Attorney Pace, which portion of my question did you think needed additional information?
Just in terms of whether or not, there would need to be any type of adjustment. It would allow Ms. Zabo a chance to look at the account she referenced and provide a further supplemental written response to the chairman's question.
Okay, so late file exhibit 73 would be to provide that further information regarding transaction costs associated with other payment types and whether an adjustment is needed to the fee-free program.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Off of that topic, please, just had a clarifying question about service terminations. So I recognize that this was a little bit upended during the COVID experience in the payment program. But outside of the COVID experience, if a customer is on an active payment arrangement, can they be disconnected?
No, if they're on an active payment arrangement and they're paying their payments, they will not be shut off.
Okay, thank you. And I think you just alluded to my next question, but when I use the terminology active payment arrangement, you understand that to mean what, please?
That they're making their payments as per their agreement to make monthly payments and pay their current invoice. So if they default, they will go back into the dunning process, and at the appropriate time, they'll receive the notices.
Okay.
They can re-enroll again. We typically will allow them to re-enroll so that they, avoid a shut-off.
Okay.
But that does, once they break it, they're not on a payment arrangement any longer.
Thank you. And is there a limitation on the number of times you allow a customer to re-enroll in a payment arrangement that has been broken?
We don't have a set number other than, right now we've established the flexible payment plan, which I believe allows 2 missed arrangements before you can shut off. Previous to that, I'd have to say it's probably the same that we would allow a customer, because we work very well with our customers. We don't want to shut them off. We don't want to roll a truck, but we didn't have a set number. The collections group will look at the history of that customer. And so if they're always in a payment arrangement, they're always breaking arrangements, they're more likely to schedule a shut off, again, depending on the amount and the experience with that customer's history. If they're a good paying customer and they've broken an arrangement, it's unlikely that we would, shut them off.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, I have more questions than we can get to in 4 minutes. So I think we'll put a pin in it there. So we'll take our lunch break. When we come back from lunch break, I'll wrap up my questions. We'll allow for redirect and we'll transition into the OCC's panel on the same topic. So if I am putting a time estimate for our cost of capital witnesses, I think we're looking at, 2:30 or 3:00 before we transition to the cost of capital panel for the company. So it's just about 12:30. We will take our lunch break until 1:30. Thank you.
How are you? It's like never ending.
I had it earlier this month.
Like I just used the mouse. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I don't know that. Like if anybody else. Thanks for listening. Thank you. No, that's helpful. You guys have yeah, they're checking. Yeah, that's cool.
Computer runs out every day. Oh, right, so you need all of your equipment. So I said, I need to stop, I can't, it's sprinting up the stairs. It's just not appropriate, so. Yes, I found this at home. Because nobody ever uses it. So I just sold, Chase it like, I don't know where that's.
No, it's just. Yeah. It's,
Really to sneak out the short way.
okay. You want me to lead it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see you voted, so that's good.
And why the OCC? I mean, utility regulation is just so esoteric.
I know, but it's,
I love it, but it is.
well, I think it's very interesting, and I also like to
Did you
advocate
keep your thing?
on behalf of some.
Did you keep yours?
Because in the other job, I was more of a regulator type person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to being more of an advocate.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that. Plus, it's an interesting area of law.
There it is.
I remember one time back when I was still litigating rate cases. And so this was a prior life, because I've been working as a consultant for a good while. And I came back to my office once.
How you doing, Vince?
Yeah, I was in a good mood, and they said, what happened? I said, wow, we proved that the pre-tax interest coverage ratio was 4.2 rather than 3.8. My office mate said, you need to get a life.
They didn't throw confetti and have champagne.
And you're not having a desk or a council. Really, it's all I can do.
You can see your striped socks on the TV, just FYI.
Really?
Yeah. It looked festive, yes.
It's good.
I noticed, I was showing my kids, I was like, look what dad did at work today. The first thing I noticed is that if you sit there and the camera's pointed directly on my bald spot.
Yeah.
With like a light shining off my bald spot. But I also noticed that I could see my socks.
I was like, did they say that? Did they tell you?
You can see your shoes as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Your shoes are nice, yes.
And part of the,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's how after being on Zoom for so long, it's hard to see the back of your head as opposed to your face. I apologize.
Light mic going on right now. This is my mic.
Okay, welcome back from lunch. We can go back on the record. I think we're ready to continue with my cross unless there's anything in the company needs to address before I begin.
Chair, the only updates would be we did take two read-ins during the morning. The first was read-in S that asked for information about transaction fees when customers pay their bills, like for example, at a Walmart or at another location.
Right.
Upon discussion at lunchtime, we'll need some more time to respond to that. Do we have permission to convert that to a late file exhibit?
Yes, so it'd be late file exhibit 74.
Correct.
Provide, I had written it down as provide fees for walk-ins. But I don't, Attorney Wheel, I think that was your question, if you wanna give me a prompt.
Yes, it was pertaining to, it was that we asked for a double check on whether there were additional fees incurred by customers when they went into walk-in payment centers and paid with a credit card, incremental to the fees paid by the company to those vendors in exchange for the service of collecting the payments.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. We'll provide that to the authority as late file exhibit 74. Thank you.
Okay.
And Chairman, the other read-in that we received this morning was read-in T that asked for whether or not we had projected into rate year one the fees associated with administering our CAP program and also the administrative fee to Operation Fuel. We're not able to track that down at lunchtime. Do we have permission to read that in first thing tomorrow morning at tomorrow's hearing?
Of course. So I'll check on that in the morning. I had also written down read in U, the source of data and attachment two to EOE 71, but I may have jumped the gun. I think Attorney White was asking whether that data was pulled from Google Analytics. I might have jumped
The allocation, various channels allocated equally.
Yeah, I got that one. Let me just confirm with Attorney White. Was it critical? Does EOE want that as a read in the source of the data for attachment 2 to EOE 71? Or did you get the answer that you were in search of? Recess. Okay, very good. Okay, my apologies. So no you, or at least not yet. Okay, very good. So we have one outstanding read-in request that we'll look for in the morning. Okay. Everybody all set for me to continue? Okay. Okay, so if I can resume with my cross for this panel. So Ms. Texera, I think I heard you say in response to a couple of questions today and last Thursday, something to the effect of we have some catch up to do compared to electric and gas utilities. So I'm looking for you to elaborate on what you mean by that. Did you mean that specific to a program? Like if you could just characterize or further elaborate on that statement, please.
Yeah, I meant that to be that this is the first program of its kind, in our company. I think we're the second in the state. So, and from a systems perspective and just the experience of implementing a program, working with social agencies on this, where in fact the electrics and the gas have been progressing, and adding to their programs over time.
Okay, thank you. So the characterization of that statement is limited to the low-income discount rate program or low-income offerings generally?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Has that, and actually this may be more for Mr. Morrissey. So last week we had a little bit of a discussion about when or if the officers of Aquarion are included in strategic conversations at the Eversource officer level. So my question is, has the subject of customer programs, specifically like the low income discount program or that catch up that may need to be done between the water utility and the electric and gas utilities under the Eversource umbrella. Has that been the subject of any conversations or strategic retreats that you've participated in?
No, I have not been party to any of those discussions.
Okay, thank you. So I want to change directions a little bit here and ask about the customer experience and how that may or may not have evolved after the acquisition of Aquarion by Eversource. So the first question I have is with respect to the customer service trends and just generally speaking, whether the company has documented any changes and trends with respect to customer service, customer complaints, just the customer experience generally since the acquisition, please.
Well, we've tracked the customer experience and KPIs both before and after the acquisition. Things like service quality complaints, water quality complaints, information that we're receiving from customers through social media. So we're looking at all the information that's coming to us through all these channels and modifying and changing processes so that we can create a better customer experience. But a lot of that is very specific to, the water, our water processes.
And if I may add, to your question, I think Aquarion is focused on the customer experience for some time. I think long before Eversource has been part of the picture, and I think we continue to focus on it, and we're continuing to make very good progress in terms of adding new programs. Ms. Texera mentioned earlier in her testimony in terms of adding technical and technological functionality to make it easier for our customers to access information and to get responsive information from the customer. We continue to monitor metrics on an ongoing basis, and our scores with J.D. Powers and similar organizations, as well as our internal surveys, continue to be extremely strong under the Eversource umbrella.
Thank you. Would you say that the customer experience has been materially affected by the acquisition by Eversource, either positively or negatively, or would you characterize it as a net neutral?
I would say that it would be a continued positive, right? We're continuing to build momentum. I think the focus from Eversource and the charge by Eversource is to continue that customer service journey and trying to improve the delivery that we provide. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. How would you quantify that perspective if the J.D. Power scores and other things you look to have stayed constant through that time period, pre and post acquisition?
Well, I would quantify it as a result of improved operational processes where people have fewer complaints regarding their water quality. Service quality complaints are gradually decreasing. For example, we looked at the reason why customers are calling regarding questions on their high bills, and we used to roll a truck we still do, but we used to roll a truck more frequently. So we've updated our or retrained our customer service reps to walk through the bill and questions with our customers to reduce the number of times that our service technicians have to go out, which gives them the opportunity to work more on, changing meters and complying with other aspects of the business. So we're looking at information and then targeting what we can to reduce those number of complaints.
Okay, thank you. How would you reconcile the last couple of answers with some of the feedback we heard during the public comment hearings and provided in writing that were critical of Eversource's acquisition of Aquarion and its effect on the service that is provided by the company?
Perhaps you can point to, some of the comments during the public hearings or what else you're reading, just as a point of reference for us.
Sure. I think my specific reference was to the public comment hearing that we had in person in Westport. I can think of at least one individual off the top of my head who voiced concerns with the company since it was been acquired by Eversource. You need something more specific than that, or
Well, to my recollection, in terms of that individual, I think he had one specific issue that he was tied to. It's the one, and it was associated with the placement of some infrastructure, specifically some water storage tanks in Westport. And this has been something that has been dealt with and continuing to be dealt with in a separate docket. So it is my view, and again, this is only my personal view, is he had a forum to air some of his grievances against the company. And in the case of the placement of those tanks at that site, I believe, for the record, we have provided the justification for why that was necessary in order to provide safe and reliable water to our customers. And again, we're providing water to some close to 750,000 people across the state. So we need to take a broader picture. And this individual was a neighbor to the siting of those tanks, and he wasn't happy about it. And he aired his views. We acknowledge those views, and I believe it's being dealt with in that separate docket.
Okay. All right, thank you. With respect to customer complaints, more broadly, is it a fair characterization to say that the company attempts to resolve customer complaints in-house before either referring to or bringing in like EOE or OCC?
Yes, if the customer contacts the company, we work with the customer to try to remedy or address the customer's concerns before they are raised to EOE.
Thank you. Is there a specific set of circumstances when the company may proactively refer something to OCC, a customer complaint?
Well, there are times where we will proactively bring an issue to PURA, EOE, before a customer even files a complaint. It's in anticipation, just so that PURA is aware of the circumstances. For example, the non-compliance where customers may call if we're going to shut their water or plan on shutting it if they don't respond, or if there's a high pressure issue that is raised to either a public official or fire chief, we will tend to bring those issues to PURA in advance of them, the customer even contacting them, just so that the facts and circumstances are known.
Thank you. Is the same done with respect to OCC? Like when you contact PURA EOE, do you make a similar referral to OCC?
We have typically not done that in the past, but we certainly can.
Okay. Historically, can you speak to the company's interactions with EOE on customer complaints. So specifically customer complaints that make their way to Pura either in the first instance or after the customer has perhaps not met a satisfactory resolution inside the company. Is there a process or procedures document that the company follows with respect to its interactions with EOE staff?
Our customer advocate will typically receive information from Pura historically or with EOE. So whoever is reaching out to us about a customer complaint, we would typically speak with that person.
Okay. When you use the term customer advocate, is that a specific job classification within Aquarion?
Yes.
Okay. And how many of those do you have, please?
One.
Okay. Does the customer advocate and/or members of your regulatory affairs team perhaps have any type of regular meeting with EOE or OCC staff regarding outstanding customer complaints or unresolved customer complaints?
We do not have a regular meeting with them.
Okay. Is that something that the company would be open to?
Certainly.
Thank you. So I'd like to unpack a little bit more the KPIs with respect to the customer experience that are delineated in the response to EOE 59. So the customer services KPIs, which the response provides the data from 2014 to 2021. So my first question is, this chart reflects both targets and actuals. So my question is, if you can elaborate on how the targets are developed, so like who develops them, when, anything that you can share with respect to the development of the targets that are identified in this chart, please.
Yep. So I work with my manager of customer service to develop these metrics, and they're based on historical as well as a percentage of our customer base, as well as sort of best practices with regards to things like, call answer speed, abandonment rate, call handling time. And so we're looked to be at or below those targets that you see here in this chart.
Okay. When you say best practices, can you elaborate on that? Are you looking at other utilities in the state, in the industry? Like what best practices are you referring to?
We've worked with the NAWC, which is comprised of investor-owned utilities across the state, several of which and several others that are in the state of Connecticut as well. And then I do look at, what other non-utility metrics, what do good metrics look like? And obviously, the level of investment is commensurate with the targets that you want to achieve. So, for example, if you never want a wait time, you have to hire a lot of people that are always available to answer those calls. So we've been, I think, very aggressive with regards to, or appropriate, rather, I don't say aggressive, appropriate with having, for example, a call answer speed of 50 seconds, which we've been able to attain for many, many years. And we do that not because we have a lot of call center reps, but because the way we structure our collections and billing group, they're all together on one floor. And when we see a spike in calls, for example, our collection team will jump on, during peak periods so that we can meet our KPIs during high call volume times.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So what I didn't necessarily hear in the last two responses was that the targets are designed to achieve an incremental decline or improvement over the last year. You referred to let me try to ask this in a clearer way. So you did refer to historical data as one aspect of what set the targets. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that historical data? Are you trying to achieve the same or better, or are you specifically targeting like a specific percentage improvement each year?
Well, what I'm saying is that, it is good customer service if you can answer your call in less than a minute. And there will be varying times during certain years where, you're working on projects, so your call answer speed, or certain things that affect the business that they may, you may have higher turnover. So there are things that are happening that might prevent you from getting to a target of 40%, for example, unless you've again hired more people, which we have not done, even with acquisitions, where we're keeping a relatively flat number of employees in that group in order to keep our costs down, but still providing great service with the metrics that we do have.
Thank you. So I guess what my specific question is I'm looking at some of these categories like reg complaints. Well, does reg stand for regulatory complaints?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at like reg complaints, call answer speed, call handling. It looks like those three measures have had a consistent target year over year, not consistent actual results, but the target has remained the same over that duration. Whereas, what's another one here? Service quality complaints, your target has at least changed in the last year. So can you articulate for me what changed between 2020 and 2021 that led the company to set a different target than the previous year for service quality complaints and water quality complaints? Like those two targets went down.
They have gone down again because we're seeing that we have implemented certain processes that we would expect to have fewer service quality complaints. For example, we have a process for handling discoloration, the increase in our main replacements that would, we can see a decline. And so we've started to adjust those because now we have data to support the fact that, we are positively impacting those service quality complaints and therefore reducing the targets accordingly. With regards to regulatory complaints, the number is so small, and you're implementing things like, again, main replacements, which are positively impacting service quality complaints and water quality complaints, but they may result in higher regulatory complaints because you're going to have more construction crews out on the road, and that's one of the things that customers may call in to our regulator about. So I think there's not a direct correlation, at times between the two. So we feel like having the 8 is still, a very low number of complaints to target when you look at, there's only 2 and our 8 as a target.
And if I can add, in terms of just a broader perspective, in terms of these customer experience metrics, to kind of sum up, I think what Ms. Texera has just described, there's really 2 approaches to it. Some of these metrics, we need to balance the cost with respect to what an appropriate target is based upon what the customer is expecting from us. So things like, the call answer speed, call handling time, abandonment rate, we could drive those down, but to do that, it's going to cost us money. And to do that, and again, it's finding that right balance as to whether that's something that we're willing to put into the cost of service. So that's the first type. The second is those metrics where, yes, over time, we want to see those metrics continue to decline. And as an organization, we are always trying to improve, or we're certainly trying our best in developing some stretch targets. And things like product quality and service quality, like Ms. Texera just mentioned, those are certain areas where when we develop new processes, new ways to do those, we can develop tighter targets for that. I think the third item that we have to keep in mind with respect to the development of targets is to the extent that the business is growing and we're adding new systems. And as we're adding those systems, what are the implications on the KPIs? So to the extent that they may not have the infrastructure in place, which increases the probability that there may be a service quality complaint, a product quality complaint, we'd want to make an adjustment for that. So again, that may distort or show a trend going in a direction that we would normally like to see going down, but rather it's going up. But the fact of the matter is that there's extenuating circumstances as to why that is the way that it is.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Teixeira, I may have missed this in a previous response, but can you speak to the frequency with which these metrics, the targets are set? Is it like you set them on an annual basis, or do you have like a 5 to 10 year plan?
We set them on an annual basis.
Okay, at the end of the calendar year?
Yes, October, November timeframe.
Thank you. In setting those, I think I heard you say that you consult your manager of customer services. Do you consult members of EOE or OCC?
We do not.
Okay. Are there any metrics that are tracked but not shown on this chart with respect to the customer experience?
Yeah, we have certain operating within the call center. For example, we track the number of calls that come into the call center, how many are handled by our automated phone system, and how many are taken by our call center reps, because that helps us measure like investment in technology. You know, you want to drive up the self-service portion. That's one that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Are there any metrics that have been previously tracked but have been discontinued for any reason?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. Can you speak to how these metrics are about the customer experience metrics, how those interact with employee compensation and who? So like on the panel about employee compensation last week, we had some conversations about how acquisition and operational targets factor into that, but the KPIs specific to customer experience, how do those, if at all, factor into compensation?
Some of the customer service KPIs listed here are in the incentive plan. Service quality and water quality complaints are included in the incentive plan.
For all employees or a specific set of job classifications?
For all employees.
For all employees, okay. Thank you. Okay. So I just have 2 questions on charitable contributions. So we talked about OCC 11 a little bit earlier. Are any of the sponsorships that were delineated in response, or sponsorships or charitable contributions that were delineated in response to OCC 11, are those disclosed to ratepayers in any specific way?
When you say disclosed, you mean the amount of that we pay and contribute?
The amount to whom, like, do they receive a bill insert? Do they receive any
We do
proactive?
not.
Okay, thank you. Has the company received any awards or recognition for its charitable contributions or sponsorships?
Don't know of any off the top of my head, but I would need to verify that. If I can.
That's okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much. Okay, my last bucket of questions is about benchmarking. So there was an earlier exchange with Consumer Council with respect to the affordability percentage that was referenced in Mr. Colton's testimony. I think I recall your testimony being that you haven't specifically researched that. So I guess my question is there another benchmark that the company uses to gauge the customer experience around issues of affordability?
I don't have a gauge to, understand affordability other than, some of the research that we're helping to support through the NAWC on, water equity. So that is something that I think the entire water industry is trying to address and understand and gain more knowledge of. And we're participants in that process so that we can become, have more knowledge about that.
Okay. How about the metric of uncollectibles? The company tracks uncollectibles, correct?
Yes,
And we track it by customer class.
we do.
Would an increase in the amount of uncollectibles be a fair characterization of the affordability viewed from an individual customer basis if uncollectibles increased?
Yes, I think that you can draw some conclusions if you see your aged AR increasing. And again, prior to COVID, we had pretty low aged AR. And during post-COVID or during COVID, we've seen a dramatic increase in our aged AR. And I think that's attributable to, not shutting, and breaking of payment arrangements and things like that.
Thank you. I thought I understood from another panel that the company does not track theft. And I recognize that Mr. Lawrence isn't here. I think he might have been the respondent to that. So my question, assuming subject to check that I heard that correctly, is that the same as tracking illegal connections? Meaning, does the company track illegal connections that a customer or former customer may have made?
We do our best from an operational perspective to identify, theft of service. So for example, if our field service technicians or our meter readers notice that, there's someone in a home and we're not getting consumption, or that they'll make some observations, but it's very difficult to find theft of service for water. For example, if somebody has, is doing temporary use of water through illegal connections and they're turning on and off the water, and if their consumption pattern is similar year to year or month to month, it's very difficult to track that.
Thank you. Is any member of the panel familiar with the American Water Works Association's benchmarking survey?
I'm familiar with the survey, but not necessarily the content of it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna, okay. Does the company does the company use focus groups of customers when you're evaluating messaging or potential program offerings? Do you engage with customers either through a focus group or something else?
I have used a focus group in the past when we changed our bill format. So we sought feedback from them on, what they wanted to see on their bill. We used an outside resource to help us put it together and adopted some of their recommendations as part of that change. We also use our customer advisory boards. We meet with them periodically throughout the year. That is one of the purposes of having those boards, is to educate them about things that the company is doing, but also to solicit feedback on their observations. And at times we do have specific questions or insights that we want from them.
Is participation on the customer advisory board voluntary, or do they receive some kind of stipend or?
We give them a very small stipend to be on the customer advisory board.
Is the stipend included in cost of service, or is it out of shareholder funds?
I would have to check where that is, what account that's included in. I can do a read-in tomorrow if that's okay.
Thank you. So read-in you,
Read in
please.
you, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hixer, how about the focus group that you referenced? Did they receive a stipend or like a gift card or?
I would need to verify that as well.
Okay, can we try to do that as part of the same read-in, please? Focus group. Okay. Okay, my last question, I just want to rephrase this question a little bit to make sure I fully captured my understanding. Back to the affordability concept. Is there anything else that the company does to assess whether the rates and the resulting bills are affordable at the individual customer level? And I apologize, I've asked this a couple different ways. I just want to make sure I have a full grasp on it. If there's anything else you wanted to add on that topic. Maybe I'll clarify.
We do not have a study that we refer to with regards to our rates and water affordability, other than what I said earlier, is that we are working with NAWC to understand that. As traditionally, and I think if you look at the annual rate for water, it's been traditionally low, but we recognize that it's getting higher. And that's another thing where we really need to catch up on and understand the impact. So we're very supportive of that. And then in comparison to other water utilities and what those costs are, to benchmark, our rates against.
Thank you. And that NAWC study, is that specific to the residential customer class, or is it all customer classes?
I think it's specific. I'm sure that they'll get information on other classes, but it's tailored more towards residential users of water.
Thank you. And do you know if there's a timeline for publishing that study?
I know it's going on right now, but I don't know when we will see, the results.
Thank you.
And I think Operation Fuel is also doing a study on water affordability as well.
Okay.
That we're supportive of.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Attorney Pace, would you like a moment to consider redirect?
I would please, can I have a 5-minute recess to speak in the hallway?
Of course, so we will recess and reconvene at 2:15. Okay, Attorney Pace, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions on redirect examination for Ms. Texera. Ms. Texera, do you recall an earlier line of questions that said, what have been the company's customer experience performance and metrics since the acquisition by Eversource? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
Yes, I do.
And does it sound correct that on page 7 of your pre-filed testimony for the most recent year that's available, 2022, the company's current customer satisfaction survey show a 94% satisfaction result?
Yes,
Is it also true that on page 9 of your pre-filed testimony on table LAT-1, the number of complaints filed against the company with Pura have decreased from the 2013 to 2016 timeframe to the most recent 3-year period?
yes,
And following the consolidation with Eversource, did the company bring in personnel to help with development of social media communications to customers to ensure that we were communicating in a way that was reflective of how our customers are currently receiving and processing information?
yes, we have.
And what were some of those improvements just in terms of what our social media manager has been able to achieve in terms of how we communicate with our customers?
We've been able to utilize our website, updating it much more frequently. We have utilized social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn to communicate with customers extensively about payment options and remedies available to them under the COVID-19 payment program, as well as educating them on various topics.
And again, going to looking at metrics that evidence performance in the customer experience part of the business, do you recall that in question EOE 59 attachment 1, since the acquisition by Eversource, has the company's number of service quality complaints gone up or gone down?
Gone down.
And since the acquisition by Eversource, has the number of water quality complaints gone up or gone down?
Gone down.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to some other questions that I have that arose out of, do you recall on Thursday and also early this morning when the Office of Consumer Counsel asked you a number of questions about the company's proposal in this case for a low income rate assistance program or LIRAP? Do you recall that line of inquiry?
Yes,
And just to refresh my recollection, is the company's proposal in this case to provide a 15% reduction to residential customers who meet income eligibility guidelines?
yes.
And what did the company look to as its source of information for developing that proposal for the 15% reduction? Was it a prior rate case from another company?
Yes, it was. It was the approval of a very similar program with Connecticut Water. Connecticut Water.
Okay, and was that the 2021 Connecticut Water Company rate case in docket 2012-30? Does that sound correct?
That sounds right.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, who's administering that Connecticut Water Company low-income discount rate program?
Operation Fuel.
Okay, and we propose to use the same administrator, Operation Fuel, for Aquarion?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and is this the first time the company would be implementing a low-income discount rate proposal if it's approved in this rate case?
Yes,
In your pre-filed testimony, did you explain that Aquarion's proposal has the benefit of being straightforward, something you can implement relatively quickly?
yes, I have.
And do you recall that you received questions earlier today about how fast the company could implement its current proposal?
Yes, approximately 30 days if this program is approved.
Okay, and if the authority were to conclude that there needs to be modifications to that program or some considerations, what could the cost be in implementing those changes? And also, what could the time frame be for implementing those changes? Are those important considerations?
I think they're very important considerations, especially when looking at the docket that is 1712-03-RE11. There were some pretty significant costs noted by the electric companies regarding implementing the 3-tiered structure. So we would have accordingly similar challenges from a cost and a timing perspective.
And when you received questions about this program, both on Thursday and this morning, you used a phrase that said something like the company has to walk before it can run. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that statement?
It means that we believe that the program initially needs to be simple, that we need to gather data. And then over time, we can share that data with PURA, with EOE, with OCC, and see where we can improve rather than spending a lot of money and taking a lot of time to implement a program that, may not, be what we need for our customer base. We just don't have the information available to us at this time.
And just to clarify on that point, if the authority were to approve the company's proposal, but state that the company has to provide information, whether it's on a quarterly basis or some other sequence for reporting information, are we amenable to reporting information about how the program is working?
Yes, of course.
And in addition to that, if we were to get program approval and report information, are you amenable to revisiting the program at the authority's direction to see what's working, what isn't, and what potential changes could be considered?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. That completes my redirect examination.
Thank you. Okay, so we have completed the customer experience panel for the company. I can ask, we can reshuffle here. So we're going to call up the Office of Consumer Counsel's witness panel and counsel. And Attorney Pace, do you have cross for that panel?
I have no cross-examination.
Thank you. Attorney Marshall, are you going to have cross for the OCC, please? Attorney General, are you here? Attorney White, are you going to have cross for the OCC's panel? Okay. PURA staff, are you going to have cross for the Attorney Keenan will? Okay, so Attorney Keenan, you can approach. And while we're reshuffling, is Miss Lewis still in here? Okay. All right. Attorney Solaris, can
Ask when he's done for administrative notice and that since it's been covered so much, I think. Well, when do you think? We should do it in writing?
I think I just want to check with. It's pretty very much clear.
Okay.
okay. Mr. Colton, have I administered the oath? No. Okay. If we can go back on the record, I swear I'm going to administer the oath at the end of the oath. If you can state I do, please. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you very much. Attorney Wheeler, Attorney Dashas, any preliminary matters for this witness?
No, other than that the witness needs to adopt his pre-file testimony.
Please proceed.
Mr. Colton, can you say and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Roger D. Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N is my last name, R-O-G-E-R.
And were you retained by the Office of Consumer Counsel as a consultant in this case?
I was.
Did you sponsor any pre-filed testimony or interrogatory responses filed in this matter?
I did.
And do you wish to highlight any corrections to those materials at this time?
I have 2 corrections to make to a table. On page 33, table of my pre-filed direct testimony, there is table 11. If you look down to 100% SMI, and look at the two columns that state equivalent poverty levels, you'll see that I mistakenly restated the 100% as the 30%. So the percentages there in those last two cells should be the equivalent poverty level for a two-person household at 100% of SMI is 473%. The equivalent poverty level for a three-person household at 100% state median income, 100% SMI, should be 465%.
Okay, and just for clarification, that means that that last line, the number 142% should be replaced with 473%, and 139% should be replaced with 465%?
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you adopt those materials with those corrections as your sworn testimony today?
I do.
And with that, the witness is available for cross.
Thank you very much. Attorney Keenan. Attorney Keenan. The microphone, please. A little closer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Colton. My name's Kate Keenan. I am a staff attorney at Pura, and I have a couple of questions that I'm asking on behalf of Larry Blank, who is Pura's consultant, who is unable to be here today. My first question is on page 26, lines 14 to 16 of your pre-filed testimony. You suggest that 2% of a person's income is a reasonable limit for a water bill. Is that your testimony?
Yes, for a water on a standalone basis, excluding wastewater and stormwater. Yes.
Did you use the 2% affordability burden for water in developing your recommendations for your LIRAP proposal?
I did.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the authority's October 19th, 2022 final decision in docket number 17-1203 RE11, which is the electric low-income discount rate decision?
I am aware of the order. I have read the order. I have studied the order. I'll let you decide whether that means I'm familiar with it.
Okay, thank you. On page 40 of that decision, the authority states near the bottom of the page that the authority's calculation of an appropriate level of discount for customers eligible for tier 1 and tier 2 is grounded in meeting the dual LIDAR objectives. 1, achieve energy affordability as defined by the allocation of no more than 6% of annual household income spent on building energy costs, and 2, reduce uncollectible expenses. Would you please comment on the no more than 6% of annual household income objective used by the authority in the October 19th, 2022 decision versus the 2% that you propose?
Those are two separate percentage of income burdens. I approve of the 6%. In fact, I believe that I was the one who first proposed the 6% and proposed the calculation of starting with a shelter affordability of 30% of income, which is generally accepted, and applying the number that 20% of your shelter expenses or no more than 20% of your shelter expenses should be devoted to utilities. So you multiply 20% times 30% and you end up with a 6% affordable burden for total home energy. So that would be electricity and heating, both. The question then of water affordability would play off of that. The water affordability or water and wastewater combined should be less than 6%. As I explained in my direct testimony, if you look at typical expenditures, water and wastewater bills are less than home energy bills. And so if you believe, as I do, that there should be a proportionality, the water and wastewater should be less than 6%. If you then start dividing it up and saying, we're looking at water on a standalone basis, rather than water, wastewater, stormwater combined, then you also need to compare that on a standalone basis to a division of the 6%. And I explained in my direct testimony how the 2% would be, or 4% for the combined water and wastewater would be roughly equivalent to natural gas. And 2% would be, would flow from that. So it all fits together. What you don't want is you don't want the utility burden to become such a large portion of the shelter burden that what's remaining of the 30% isn't realistic.
Okay, thank you. And my last question's, it has a few parts and it's a hypothetical. So if a household annual income is, let's say, $40,000, 2% of that amount is $800 per year, or $67 per month, correct?
I will accept
Subject to
your arithmetic, yes.
Thank you. And using this hypothetical $40,000 household, you would suggest that this customer not pay more than $67 per month for water, correct?
That's correct. If one is measuring if one is setting bills equal to an affordable percentage of income, yes. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay, and then 6% of $40,000 is $2,400 per year, or $200 per month, correct? Subject to check.
Again, I'll accept your arithmetic.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. We'll turn to the bench for any questions with this panel. Commissioner Karen?
Thank
you. Mr. Vice Chairman?
No question.
Thank you. Mr. Colton, I just have a handful of questions here, please. Okay. I understood from your direct testimony that in response to an OCC interrogatory, your position is that the company has not developed any metrics by which to measure whether residential bills are affordable. Did I capture that correctly?
That was the company's response to an OCC interrogatory or data request. Yes.
Thank you. Through your work in this state or others, are you aware of metrics that other water utilities or other utilities generally use to measure whether residential bills are affordable?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on some of those metrics, please?
I can elaborate on some. I could give you an afternoon seminar on that problem. The primary one that is used in evaluations is a metric called the payment coverage ratio.
I'm sorry, the what ratio?
The payment coverage ratio.
Okay.
The payment coverage ratio is really a simple ratio. You take the dollars of bills to a customer or to a participant class, put that in the denominator. You take the dollars of payments from that participant class, and you calculate the percentage of bill that was actually paid. And my direct testimony talks about how when one moves toward an affordable bill, or as one increasingly moves above an affordable bill, when a bill becomes more and more unaffordable, the payment coverage ratio goes down. So people pay less of their bill. So the payment coverage ratio is one. A second one is the payment regularity ratio. The payment regularity ratio takes the number of bills that are issued to a participant class, puts that in the denominator, takes the number of payments from those customers, puts that in the numerator, and calculates the payment regularity, the number of payments for every 100 bills issued. And a third one, and I won't draw this out, a third one is called the bills behind ratio. The bills behind ratio takes the amount of arrears, and you place that in the numerator. You then take the average monthly bill and you place that in the denominator. And you get the number of bill payments that a customer has missed. You get the number of bills behind. And that is recommended as a metric because you can then compare between time periods and between companies. If you just look at the level of arrears, you don't know if that level of arrears is because you don't know why that level of arrears is what it is. It could be that bills for that company are higher. It could be that people are further behind, but the bills behind metric lets you compare between time periods and between companies. So the metrics look at the timeliness of payment, the regularity of payment, I'm missing a third one. And then the fourth one is at the extent to which people pay without needing to be chased for their bills. And the way you determine the extent to which people are paying without needing to have collection activities, without needing to be chased, is you can do it one of two ways. You can look at the dollars of payments per collection activity. So if you have $1,000 of payments and 10 disconnect notices, you're getting $1,000 for every disconnect notice that you've issued. And so to the extent that that goes up or down, it'll show better or worse performance. And then you can flip that around. Some people flip that around and look at the number of collection activities per dollar of payment received. So you can look at that either way.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Are you aware of whether any of those metrics have been transitioned into a performance incentive mechanism, like a PIM or a performance mechanism in any state?
I haven't seen those metrics. I've seen those metrics reported, but I haven't seen them incorporated into a performance mechanism where a rate of return, for example, or a penalty or a benefit is made dependent upon those metrics.
Thank you. How about a situation where those achievement or lack thereof of the metrics has been tied to compensation?
Employee compensation?
Employee or officer compensation?
No, I have not seen that happen.
Is there any reason, to your knowledge, that that would not be a relevant basis on which to craft a compensation or performance mechanism?
No, I not only think that it would be, but I've proposed that in a variety of rate cases
in
over the last few
Connecticut.
years.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. You've proposed that in a variety of rate cases in the state of Connecticut or elsewhere?
No, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Are those scenarios referenced in your testimony?
No.
Can I request a lay file exhibit for Mr. Colton or I apologize, is it Dr. Colton?
No,
Colton?
Mr.
Mr. Colton, thank you. So we're up to late file exhibit 75. So I would request that Mr. Colton articulate the cases in which he has testified that these metrics be crafted into a performance mechanism. Hopefully you understood the gist of that question.
Yes, it's the OCC's understanding what the authority is looking for is Mr. Colton to cite to the cases in which he's made recommendations that certain affordability metrics be incorporated into either performance-based mechanisms or I believe the chair referenced specifically employee compensation.
Yes, please. And if you can cite and like summarize narrative form, I'd like to be able to address this at the late file hearing, please.
Yeah, Mr. Colton will provide a summary of what was recommended and perhaps a summary of whether and to what extent any of his recommendations were enacted along with those sites.
Yes, please. All right, Mr. Colton, I think that wraps it up for me for now. And I'll look forward to the next conversation. Thank you. So Attorney Wheeler, Attorney Dashras, would you like a moment to consider redirect?
No, I think we're all set.
No, okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, then thank you, Mr. Colton. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to transition into our cost of capital panel from the company. So if I can request that the company witnesses for the cost of capital panel approach as well as company's counsel. And Mr. Novello from, oh, there we go, from authority staff will be the first up. Okay, Attorney Pace, I think the first thing to do is to introduce any new witnesses that you have so I can swear them in, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We have two new witnesses. And so the two new witnesses that have not yet been sworn are Ms. O'Neill and also Mr. Nowak.
Okay, Mr. Nowak and Ms. O'Neill, if you can please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. They do have materials. I'll proceed to have them adopt those materials under oath.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Starting first with Ms. O'Neill, could you please provide your full name and your title for the record?
And I am the Assistant Treasurer for Eversource.
And Ms. O'Neill, in this proceeding, did you co-sponsor any interrogatory responses?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections at this time?
No, I don't.
Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Turning next to Mr. Nowak. Mr. Nowak, please provide your full name and title for the record.
My name is Joshua Novak. It's the N to November WAK, Assistant Vice President and Secretary of Advisors.
And for this docket, did you sponsor pre-filed testimony, pre-filed rebuttal testimony, and interrogatory responses?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to those materials at this time?
No,
Do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath?
yes, I do.
And that's the only new witnesses we have, Chairman, so the panel is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Novak or Mr. Nowak?
That's Novak.
Novak. Thank you. Can you just check and make sure your green light is on your microphone, please? Just wanna make sure we can hear.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will proceed into cross-examination of this panel, and up first is authority staff, Mr. Novello, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Guy Novello. We're authority staff. Will be crossing on, is that a little too loud? I'll be crossing on the cost of capital and the capital structure for authority. Good afternoon, Mr. Novak. You provided testimony on behalf of the company regarding the cost of equity capital, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also supplied rebuttal testimony on November 9th to rebut the testimonies of OCC's Dr. Woolridge and EOE's Mr. Rothschild.
Yes, that's correct.
And just to summarize, in your pre-filed testimony, you are recommending a cost of debt of 4.28%, a cost of equity of 10.35%, which includes 0.25 for small water acquisitions, 7 basis points for flotation costs, and a capital structure of 53.06 equity and 46.94 debt.
Yes, that's all correct.
Okay, and there's no short-term debt in that.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's a couple of questions on the capital structure. The OCC and the EOE, I'll be using those names, Mr. Woolridge and Mr. Rothschild, Dr. Woolridge and Mr. Rothschild's interchangeably, have proposed a lower equity ratios than the company's proposed equity ratio of 53.06. The OCC is at 50.15 and the EOE is at 48.43, correct?
Subject to check, yes.
Subject to check, okay. Could we reference exhibit A8JCN dash 13?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Now, it appears you base your proposal on part on the proxy group companies for these equity percentages, correct?
Yes, one important distinction is it's based on the operating utilities of the proxy companies.
Okay. And the dates on top of this are from 2019, 2020, and MRY, most recent year, correct?
That's correct. And I also provided an update to this exhibit
Okay.
in my rebuttal to both Dr. Woolridge and Mr. Rothschild.
And you updated were the dates different on that one? That was the.
Yes, I
Okay.
included 2021 in my
Okay.
updated analysis.
Okay, because I noticed the dates were a little off and I didn't know if that's why we were getting different capital ratios. And if I could refer you to ALR 5, page 5, and JRW 3.1.
So the first one was ALR 5, which page? I'm sorry.
Page 5.
On that one, and I'm sorry, what was the Dr. Woolridge reference?
And JRW 3.1.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So these are the capitalization ratio averages provided by Mr. Rothschild and Dr. Woolridge, and they are 46.8. And here we have an aggregate of from 17 to 2021, ranging from 51.8 and 47.3. You see where I'm at?
I'm sorry, which exhibit was that one?
Woolridge is JRW number 3, the common equity ratio 46.8. It's one, two. The ninth column.
I'm sorry, my numbering on the Woolridge exhibits is a little different. I have exhibit JRW3, and that is
Page 1 of 3.
page 1 of 3.
Then I'm on the common equity ratio column.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm there now.
Okay.
Yes,
46.8.
yes, that is the average for the holding companies that comprise Dr. Woolridge's proxy group.
Okay. And then on the other exhibit, ALR-5, page 4.
Yes,
We see the range from 2017 to 2021.
the range from 27.
I'm sorry, the median range starting at 51.8%, going over to 47.3.
So the median range I'm seeing from 2017 to 2021
Yes.
is 49.4 to 55.1.
Okay, I think we're looking at the wrong thing here. So you're on exhibit ALR-5, page 4.
Yes, and I'm on the second to last line where it says median.
Right.
And columns 1 through 5.
Correct.
I have values of 54.6 to 49.4, or sorry, 49.4 to 54.6. Perhaps one clarification here is I have Mr. Rothschild's corrected testimony.
Okay, this is probably from the original.
In his original testimony, I believe the York water companies were zeros.
Okay.
That were incorrectly included. So excluding those, the range of medians increases. So the range for medians over that period, 2017 to 2021, is, as I see it on the corrected exhibit, is from 49.4 to 54 points, or to 55.1.
Okay. Well, what would you say is the discrepancy between the lower averages presented by the EOE and the OCC and your 53 average on your JCN 13?
Yeah, well, first I would say there is some overlap in the ranges that I'm seeing. But the primary difference between Dr. Woolridge's analysis and mine would be the difference between looking at holding company capital structures and the holding companies. Those include both the regulated and unregulated operations, whereas I focused on the operating utilities that are held by the holding companies that are my proxy companies. That's the primary difference between the two.
Okay, and we've fixed the date issue because you've updated the dates from, because you then, your previous testimony was, in the pre-file testimonies, it was 19 and 20, and then you updated them to 20 and 21.
Yes, and it did not change my conclusion as to the reasonableness. The range that was reported was generally consistent for the 2021 data, as was previously reported with the 2019 to 2020 data.
Okay, but the 2021 in yours is 52.48, which is lower than your recommended cost, equity capitalization, correct?
I'll have to check the average, but I believe the mean was lower than the company's proposal, but my comparison wasn't to the mean necessarily. It was the company's proposal within the range, and it was. So on that basis, it is reasonable.
Okay. And typically these ranges are pretty wide though, right? They can fluctuate anywhere from the 40s to the mid 50s, 60s, correct?
They are wide, but another point that I would make is that my analysis was conservative because I did include short-term debt in my analysis, which is what we are not proposing to include short-term debt in the capital structure here. So if you remove that, the equity ratio would actually increase if you remove that from the total calculation in the analysis.
Okay. And so your 53% was based on the range and not just these, the medians that we're viewing here on the capital structure, because this is the capital structure analysis, correct?
My analysis was based on the range primarily, and based on the company's actual capital structure.
Okay. Okay. And you would agree that, however, though, Dr. Woolridge and the EOE had provided data sets that represent lower equity proportions, but they stay within the similar range?
I'm sorry, when you say a similar range, similar to what?
Similar to the range you suggested. So the ranges they should all be the same, correct? If we're using all the same data sets of equity proportion in the capital structure?
Again, when you say the same data sets, I'm not sure I'm following your question. I point out there are discrepancies between the analyses, so I'm not sure I understand what similarity you're trying to draw.
I'm trying to draw a distinction in that here we've used value line surveys and company 2001 SEC 10K filings, and you are using, do you cite your data set here for the capital structure analysis somewhere on this page?
Yeah, I believe it's cited, but it's a combination of data compiled from S&P Global Capital IQ Pro and annual filings made by all of the subsidiaries. So, and that's the reason for the delay in updating the 2021, because it takes some time for all of those companies to file their annual reports. So that's why it was updated in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Could you please refer to figure 6 on page 26 of Dr. Woolridge's testimony?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so these are the averages authorized equity ratios for water, electric, gas from 2010 to 2021, correct? From S&P Global Market Intelligence?
That's my understanding based on the sourcing provided here.
Okay. And would you agree that based on this graph, on average, none of the authorized common equity ratios for the water, electric, and gas go above the 53?
I would agree, subject to check of the underlying data. I know that there is some concern when using some data from RRA because they include jurisdictions such as Florida. I believe there are 3 others where they have no cost capital items included in their capital structure. So it's not on an apples to apples basis. As I sit here today, I don't know if those are factored into these averages.
Okay. If they were, would it move this graph substantially, or?
It very well could, based on some of the data that I've seen. An equity ratio nominally from one of those jurisdictions could have a very low equity ratio, but when you remove the no cost capital items, it substantially increases those values.
Okay. Meaning you would get higher equity proportions.
That's correct.
Okay. So if an investor were to assess the financial risk of Aquarion and use, let's say this graph, the graph I just referred to in figure 6, would the company with an equity percentage of 53 or higher be considered less financially risky on average?
When we're talking about financial risk, there are several factors that can play into that. That's an important consideration in the credit rating agency analysis of financial risk. That is one component that they look at. In my view, investors are looking at several considerations when they're assessing the relative risk. And the company's credit rating is generally consistent with the proxy group companies. So from that basis, I would say overall, financial risk being one factor the credit rating agencies take into account, they're on equal footing. On this alone, the capital structure, I think that they would look to make an apples to apples comparison wherever possible. And this may not be apples to apples.
Okay. And if the equity percentage, though, of the capitalization structure is higher, other things being constant, like you mentioned, the financial risk of the company can be considered lower?
Yes, I think within a certain range, that's right. I don't think that it's going to be a one-for-one comparison because there are several other factors that an investor is going to take into account. Isolating those factors, there can be a difference for financial risk, but to the extent that makes a difference in an equity investor's assessment of risk, that is less clear.
Okay. And if the authority were to allow an equity ratio of 53.6, as you recommend, would it mean the company has less financial risk than similar companies with lower equity percentages as part of their capital structures?
So I just want to make sure that the recommendation, right? 50, I believe you said 53.6, it's 53.06.
06, I'm sorry, that's right, 53.06.
Okay, sorry, I was just confirming that. Could I have the question
Yes,
again?
yeah, sure. If the authority were to allow the proposed equity ratio of 53.06, would it mean the company has less financial risk than similar companies with lower equity percentages as part of their capital structures?
In the hypothetical that you've laid out, isolating that one variable, you can say that all else equal, that there is a difference there. But the relevant comparison here is to the proxy group companies. All of my cost of equity analyses are based on the proxy group companies. And in my view, the most relevant comparison is the operating utilities. That puts it closest to an apples to apples basis.
Okay.
And my analysis does not support that comparison. My analysis suggests the company's equity ratio is within the range and very near the mean of the proxy group companies, the operating utilities of the proxy group companies.
Okay. And following up on that, in a rate case proceeding such as this, if a company's financial risk is considered lower than its peers, could one make the case that the required return could be lower for that company based on that particular risk profile?
Again, I think we're getting a little farther from the analysis that I performed. This is a hypothetical where I think there are two things. You would have to demonstrate that the financial risk is lower, but also that investors meaningfully factor that into their analysis in how they value the company and their return requirements. I'm not sure that second piece has been met based on, we're looking at an array of metrics here. And the degree to which we're suggesting it may be different from an average depends really on the data set we're looking at. It can be true, but here I'm not sure we have the facts laid out to make that jump.
Okay. Based on your analysis with just the operational equity percentages, you're saying we're using the holding and that we could make that analysis that it is less risky, less financially risky.
I'm sorry, could I have the first part of that question?
So we couldn't make that leap. You're saying that it's less financially risky based on strictly just the analysis that you've conducted.
Yeah, my view is that the appropriate analysis is to the utility operating companies. And no, I'm not seeing a sufficient difference between the company's proposal and the proxy the utilities that are held by the proxy companies. But it's also important to consider that this reflects the company's actual capital structure. And that is going to be of primary importance to the credit rating agencies. That's how they're going to assess the company's financial risk.
Their actual capital structures.
Yes.
Okay. I have some questions actually on that, so it'll segue in here. This is probably for Ms. O'Neill. Response to RRU 66 and RRU 67. You replied that in that response, I'm sorry, I'll let you get there. Okay. You replied that the credit rating by Moody's has been maintained in part because the company's actual equity ratio has been consistently higher than the allowed rate-making equity ratio, correct?
That's correct.
Did Moody's explicitly state that in any of the reports that were submitted?
What Moody's did state is that, and we did file this as part of our record request. In RRU 59, attachment 1, page 16 of 43, Moody's does state that they expect our equity ratio, that we expect that our equity ratio will stay where it is.
So not your rate-making equity ratio, your actual
Well,
equity ratio?
They don't differentiate. To them, there's one equity ratio. And that equity ratio needs to be the same.
Okay, and do you report your equity ratios to Moody's? Or do they acquire the information the same way you submit it through docket 86, 09, 06, or 01 in their quarterly report filing?
Just to confirm, the company does present its equity ratio in the quarterly compliance filing docket 8609, 06, RE 01.
Each quarter, we send our financial statements to Moody's, so they do receive it every quarter.
Okay, so they're updated on your actual capital structure?
Yes,
quarter
they
to
are.
quarter? Okay, okay. And so when Moody does its analysis, it recognizes its current regulatory capital, allowed capital structure, 51.38%. When it does the analysis though, and as I read that same attachment, it read that they were using your 51.3, the allowed rate making equity ratio from the previous rate case.
No, they're referencing what our current equity ratios, and they said that they expect it to stay at that level. Even though our capital expenditure program is high, they expect us to keep our current equity ratio, which is well over 53%.
On page 4, it states it expects the company to maintain its regulatory authorized capital structure.
I'm referencing attachment 1, page 16 of 43.
Page 16.
RRU 59, attachment 1, page 16 of 43.
Okay. 16. I don't have a 16. I see in the, on the page 4 though, that it says that it expects the company to maintain its regulatory authorized capital structure. And it mentions a targeted capital structure by the company, but it doesn't indicate anything higher than the allowed 51.38.
Okay, well, I was referring to the attachment 1 for RRU 59, page 16 of 43.
Okay. All right. Because I have that right here. I don't see page 16. Mine only goes up to page, the disclosure page is page 11. That's the end of the report for RRU attachment 1. I'm sorry, RRU 59 attachment 1.
RRU 59, attachment 1, page
Correct.
16 of 43.
Would it be helpful if we just have Ms. O'Neill take that one page out of her notebook? I can walk it over to Mr. Novello and you can look at it. Would that be acceptable to the commissioners?
Okay, 1 second, please. I just want to see if the issue is,
It doesn't have.
if we can just give me a moment to assess whether the issue is with respect to Mr. Novello's notebook
sorry.
or the
My
file.
apologies. I was looking for page 16 of the first report. So you're going back to the 2021 credit opinion?
Correct.
Okay. My apologies.
Okay, so
I have that one, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
So you went back to that one, but when I reviewed the first one, I didn't see any mention of an elevated equity capital ratio for the May 2022 report. They only mentioned the 51.38, and most of their analysis that it seemed that was conducted was based on capital structure of equity of 51.38.
If I can refer you to RRU 59, attachment 1, page 9 of 43.
Okay.
these are debt to cap ratios, so the reciprocal would be equity to cap. And when you look at these ratios that Moody's considers our peers, or some of our peers, all of them are keeping their equity ratios at least at 55% or higher.
Okay. The report also acknowledges that the company will have a shortfall in funding, and this shortfall will be covered with a mix of debt and equity contributions from the parent company, correct?
In order to maintain an appropriate regulatory equity ratio, there needs to be capital contributions as well as debt financing. That's correct.
Okay. And could you describe to the authority what that process would entail?
To make a capital contribution?
Yeah, both on the equity side and the debt side.
Well, on the debt side, the company actually issued $70 million of debt this year. So that's the debt side. On the equity side, the parent of the company is Aquarion Water Company. So Aquarion Water Company would infuse capital down into Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut to maintain an appropriate regulatory equity ratio.
Okay. And when that equity is infused, is it paid back to the parent company through dividends?
I don't think I would use the word paid back.
Okay.
So there are, generally there are regular dividends that are paid. But then the company would use special dividends and capital contributions in order to maintain an appropriate regulatory equity ratio.
Okay.
And if I can just say one more thing, please. The 51.53% equity ratio that you're referring to in terms of the allowed equity ratio, that is when the company had a Baa1 rating from Moody's. Upon the merger with Eversource, the credit rating was raised to an A3. One of the reasons it's raised to the A3 is they take a look at where the metrics are. And Moody's did cite that the metrics were stronger. And therefore, the higher the rating, the higher the expectation obviously is that the equity ratio, I mean, in order to keep that rating, you need to keep an appropriate regulatory equity ratio.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And regarding the FFO to net debt, the report also recognized that its elevated capital spending would affect this ratio, which is a key ratio for Moody's, correct?
That is correct.
And did indicate that this ratio would be hampered by the increased spending that's going to happen over the next couple of years?
Well, certainly, cash flow is a component of this ratio. That's correct.
Okay. And it also mentioned a key level for this FFO to net debt, which was 16%. On page 2 of that report, correct? It also highlighted as a factor that could lead to a downgrade. If the FFO to net debt was sustained below 16% for any amount of time, it was a factor that could lead to a downgrade.
Correct.
Okay. Give me a moment here. But you don't see this level being breached even with this, the elevated capital spending. We don't see going below 16, so the risk of a downgrade is low. Maintaining the current capital structure and with the elevated debt and with the debt that's about to be taking on in the equity infusion, we don't see, well, you don't see, the Aquarion doesn't see the debt, that FFO to net debt ratio going below 16%.
there are different factors that affect that ratio. I mean, earnings is one of the factors that affects the ratio, so the result of this rate case can determine whether or not that FFO to debt goes below 16%.
Okay. Mr. Novak, on page 47, you highlight the regulatory risks associated with Aquarion.
Sorry, that's 47 of my direct?
Yes, your original pre-file testimony.
Yes.
Specifically, you state in your pre-file testimony that the company's efforts to maintain financial integrity are hindered by its inability to earn a reasonable return. Is that correct?
Yes.
Referencing the same Moody report, did they say that the financial integrity was hindered, even though the company wasn't able to earn its ROE in the last several years?
I don't have that report in front of me.
And referencing that same report, Moody's currently rates the company A3 and stable in their updated credit analysis. Like I said, there's no mention of the financial integrity being hindered with that rating. I just want to know, could you elaborate on where the financial integrity is hindered by Aquarion, where the inability to earn a reasonable return has hindered its financial integrity?
If the company is not able to earn its authorized return, that will affect its FFO to debt ratio. It will be a direct impact on all the credit metrics that factor in to the credit rating. While they may not have mentioned this specific sentence that I'm drawing out here, all of these factors are direct inputs to the credit metrics that Moody's uses to analyze the company's credit rating.
But the company hasn't been able to earn its authorized ROE in the last several years and has gotten an upgrade. I understand the upgrade is from the acquisition from Eversource. I'm just trying to ascertain where the regulatory risk is and where its financial integrity is hindered, even though you haven't been able to earn the ROE.
It's important to realize that it was that the acquisition did have a significant factor in increasing the credit rating, and the company was EA1 at the time of the last decision. Since then, there have been other ways the company has been able to seek rate relief through the WICA proceedings that has been somewhat limited, but at some point, there will be sufficient attrition where the company will not be able to maintain the threshold required to maintain its current credit ratings. And when I see authorized returns like this, especially 2021, where the earned ROE is dropping from a level of 8.81, 8.868, 77.0, that's a significant decline that is going to put additional pressure on those credit metrics.
But Moody's hasn't brought that up as an issue. It doesn't seem in the last several credit. It's had the opportunity to do so. It's been diminishing ROE, and it has, to my knowledge, it didn't bring anything like that up. Do you agree? So I see for the last 3 years, 19, 20, 21, the company wasn't able to earn its ROE, and it doesn't show up in the credit report as an issue.
That's not a specific metric they're going to analyze, but the metrics do take into the same underlying phenomenon that is occurring.
Moody's is very well aware that we're in the middle of a rate case right now.
Okay. But just to your point, you said at some point it would deteriorate. If they've been under earning their ROE for the last, say, 3 or 4 years, at what point does it turn? It seems that's not enough time, 3 to 4 years, to possibly have an adverse effect on these metrics.
This is not a specific metric that they include in their analysis. However, it is pointing at the same phenomenon, the same earnings attrition that we are seeing. This is the metric I use to evaluate from an equity investor standpoint. There is an important distinction there that Moody's is evaluating credit metrics. Debt investors have different requirements than equity investors. When I was assessing the regulatory environment, I'm largely looking from the perspective of equity investors. While the credit ratings are an important input, they're not the only input to equity investors.
Okay. Referencing that same report and this, sorry, let me just collect my thoughts here. The regulatory risk you mentioned and the same report. The report reads that the credit report considers the supportive Connecticut regulatory environment in which the company operates. It cites what you mentioned, the timely cost recovery provided by key rate adjustment mechanisms, such as WICA and the revenue are in the RAM. Would you agree that Moody's report reads that the Aquarion Water Company is in a credit supportive environment?
Again, I don't have that in front of me, but subject to check. I agree that that's what's stated in the report.
Okay. It's also listed as one of the company's credit strengths. And I know that it actually operates in a credit supportive environment.
Again, I don't have that in front of me, subject to check, I would agree, but that in and of itself, I would say is not necessarily sufficient to maintain credit ratings. In my direct testimony, I pointed to cases from New York where it was Moody's, where they specifically pointed to quote credit-friendly regulatory provisions that included multi-year rate plans and revenue decoupling mechanisms. Nonetheless, they pointed to a number of utilities in New York where they were the utilities were either downgraded or put on negative outlook. So there are several factors. They may not be explicitly stated, or there may be credit-friendly regulatory provisions included, but they may not be sufficient by themselves. There are several factors that come into the evaluation by the credit rating agencies.
And do you think that Aquarion is at risk of a possible negative outlook or a potential downgrade?
I have not performed that specific analysis. Again, I was primarily looking from the perspective of equity investors. But I will say that it would put additional pressure on the credit metrics in that scenario. I don't know if Ms. O'Neill has performed a more.
Well, I guess I can say that if the rate case is approved as proposed by the company, the credit rating will not deteriorate, and we will not go on negative.
Okay, because I'm still struggling to just juxtapose the two, where you're under earning in the ROE and it's hampering your credit. But it seems like the only thing that the Moody's report indicated was the elevated capital spending plan and its ability to maintain its FFO to net debt above 16%, and that would keep the credit rating at a A3 stable. And your assertion is that you're in a regulatory, what was the term used? I'm sorry. Regulatory risk, that there was regulatory risk for Aquarion.
When I state there's regulatory risk to Aquarion, I was looking at a number of factors. Not only was I looking at the earnings attrition, but also looking at other metrics of regulatory risk, such as the rating by Regulatory Research Associates. And specifically, I looked at the rating for Connecticut relative to the peer utilities in my proxy group and the ratings that they have in the jurisdictions in which they operate. And what I found is that when you look at all the operating companies of the proxy companies, there's 64 separate jurisdictional operations. And only 10 of those were ranked below average, like Connecticut. And in RRA's assessment, they do point to some of the, I would say, more positive things like multi-year rate plans. But I have a quote in my direct testimony at page 47 where they point to they specifically point to authorized ROEs as an area of concern.
Okay. We'll move on. Referencing page 9 in your rebuttal testimony, you mentioned the 30-year yields were at 3.10 when Aquarion had its last race case in March of 2013. And in October of 2022, you cite the 30-year at 4.2%.
I'm sorry, I had two rebuttal testimonies. This is my rebuttal to.
Oh, you know what? It was in a footnote. I didn't refer to it. I believe it was your rebuttal to Woolridge.
I'm sorry, it was on page 9.
Page 9.
I'm not seeing that reference, but hang on. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe I found the footnote. Can you read that to me again, please?
You mentioned the 30-year yields were 3.10 when Aquarion had its last rate case in March of 2013.
Yes.
And in October of 2022, you cite the 30-year at 4.2%.
Yes, and to clarify, that's on page 6, footnote 4 of my rebuttal testimony to
Okay.
Dr. Woolridge.
Now, subject to check, the 30-year stands at 3.62. So there's been some movement since you made that assertion on the 30-year. That was at 4.2. It's moved a considerable amount.
I subject to check, yes, I believe that's around where I saw the 30-year treasury today. But what I would note is that there has been considerable volatility around that number in recent days, especially when there was recent jobs data reported last week, that in that jobs data, the expectations were much higher than originally anticipated. So this is likely reinforcing that the Fed will continue to take action in its upcoming December meeting, in which the expectation that I've seen in the markets is for an additional 50 basis point increase in the Fed funds rate. That will put additional pressure on interest rates. In addition, upward pressure on yields. Yes, thank you for the clarification. In addition, I've been looking at forecasts and specifically the long-term forecast. At the time my rebuttal testimony was filed, the long-term forecast was not yet available from Blue Chip Financial Forecasts. The December report has come out subsequently, and in preparation for this hearing, I reviewed that, and that continues to show the expectation for the 30-year treasury to be in that 4% range, not only in the near term, but in the long term, going several years into the future. So yes, there has been some movement in recent days. It has gone down from that high of 4.22 down to 3.65, but the expectation is for a treasury bond yield a 30-year treasury bond yield in that 4% range.
Okay. And you also mentioned in that rebuttal that commissions mitigated the reduction in ROEs that due to the reduction in interest rates and the Fed intervention in the bond markets. Commissions mitigated the reduction in ROEs, so they were artificially being held up.
There was a mitigation, absolutely. In my experience, I was not able to perform a risk premium analysis for water utilities. The data is just simply too sparse. But for other utilities, I've looked at risk premium analyses looking at that trade-off in authorized ROEs and specifically the risk premium, the risk premium that investors require over bond yields for that incremental equity risk. And what I've found is that there is an inverse relationship on the risk premium and interest rates. So as interest rates go up, the risk premium goes down. But in total, what you're finding is that the ROE will go up as interest rates go up. It's just not a one-to-one relationship. I've looked at for electric and gas utilities, it's about recent analyses I've seen, it's about a 55% trade-off. So for interest rates as they go up, you may get a 55% increase in that in the authorized returns. So yeah, it's not one for one. It is mitigated to a certain extent.
Okay. And do you feel that we've made that turn now that if they've been artificially held up as yields were being suppressed, have we made that turn to the upside? Are they where they should be, or are they?
Where they should be is one of the more intriguing questions of where we are right now. We're in a place where we have not been in nearly a decade. where we've had sustained increases in interest rates. We're going back to 2013 since we've seen interest rates at this level, but the year-long sustained increase that we're seeing right now is unlike the market that we saw coming out of the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. The driving force between the recession in 2008 and 2009 was the credit crisis. So the recession that we saw there was driven primarily by a demand shock. So we had the overhang of a demand shock hanging over us as we came out of that recession. What we're entering now is very different, where we have inflation that is very high, and the Fed is responding by tightening monetary policy very aggressively. And this is largely in response to supply shocks. So the phenomenon in which we're finding an economic slowdown or potential economic slowdown due to Fed interaction is very different from what we've experienced before. So what we're finding is the Fed is continuing to increase the target interest rate, and we don't know where that has to go, how high it may have to go, how long it may have to be sustained to actually tame inflation. But when we get to the other side, if the Fed is successful in its policy and they are able to tame inflation, we don't have the overhang of a credit crisis anymore. So what that normalized level for the 30-year Treasury is, that remains unknown. We're entering it. I think it's a different, the circumstances by which we find ourselves in the capital market are very different from what we have seen in the past 10 years or so.
And you mentioned in your pre-file testimony that Goldman had predicted maybe 5% for the Fed funds rate.
That was their expectation at the time. I mentioned earlier today that the current expectation that I've seen is for a 50 basis point increase in the Fed funds rate in the December meeting. That would put us at 4.25 to 4.5, but there are people questioning whether the 50 basis points in December will be sufficient. And then it's also where we go in the subsequent meetings. So that was the best thinking at the time of the rebuttal testimony. But I would say, if anything, pressure has increased since that time for potentially higher interest rates.
Okay. And to reference page 17 of your pre-filed testimony, you cite the utilities are no longer viewed as a safe haven for investor. The higher the greater risk and higher required returns for equity. I'm sorry, that's a different question. My apologies. On page 17 for your pre-filed testimony, you cite utilities are no longer viewed as a safe haven for investors. Do you feel that's still the case?
That was my direct testimony, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, and on page 17, what I've included is beta coefficients, which are a measure of relative risk. And the beta coefficients on that page show a substantial increase from 2020, which was the pre-COVID-19 era, until now. And in my direct and in my rebuttal, the beta coefficients that I used have stayed around that level, that 0.78 to 0.8. And through my rebuttal, which was updated through the end of October, I'm not aware of any change in that since that time.
These beta coefficients, are they higher than average than they have been for utilities in the past?
They are higher than the historical average over the past 20 years or so that I'm aware of.
They are. And do you believe in the possible regression to the mean in these beta coefficients at some point, or are we seeing this move in beta coefficients because of the analysis that you just told us about the Fed and these gyrations in financial markets? Is this like a knee-jerk reaction to beta coefficients? Do you see them possibly regressing to the mean at some point?
I have two measures. I have Value Line and Bloomberg. One is a 5-year look, one is a 10-year look. So do I see them as knee-jerk reactions? No, but I see it consistent with going from page 17 to page 18, where S&P was speaking to increased pressures on credit quality for utility companies. And they were saying that COVID-19 was not the culprit for weaker credit quality. So do I see this as a knee-jerk reaction? No, that's not what I'm seeing. Where as they go in the future, I'm basing it off the best indication I have at this point in time. And I see no reason to dispute the beta coefficients that I see today.
And part of that article too cited as well that utilities were managing their risk profile to the lower bounds of what was acceptable for the credit rating agency. So it almost seemed like a mismanagement in their financials, and it wasn't. I don't know if it was directly correlated to them being utilities or just the mismanagement how they were in their finances.
I don't know if I would characterize it as a mismanagement. I think there was a reflection of where utilities were at that point in time. To qualify it as mismanagement, I think I don't know if I would put it that way, but that was one factor that they considered. But I think it's also important to consider the circumstances in which utilities are in that position. When I looked at the relative capital expenditures for Aquarion, Connecticut, in my analysis of CapEx, I'm seeing that they're investing nearly $1 billion between 2023 and 2027. These are substantial additions that are going to put pressure on. They're going to put additional pressure on credit metrics, but this is to serve customers. So, as to the intent and the term mismanagement, I wouldn't characterize it in that way.
Okay. Well, you mentioned the elevated capital spending. Moody's has accounted for that though in their analysis as of May, and they didn't indicate that they were going to downgrade or change anything regarding that. So they know they're going to spend. They know they're going to have this elevated spending, correct?
Moody's is aware that they're going to have an elevated spend, but their analysis is dependent on the rate case outcome here in part. And so, Neil, I don't know if there's anything
I would agree with that. The equity ratio, the ROE, absolutely.
But again, I don't think they mentioned the ROE in that report, and they didn't mention that. And they mentioned the FFO to net debt several times and the increased capital spending, but they didn't mention the ROE.
Moody's is very aware that we're in the middle of a rate case, and they're aware of what the company has proposed. And when they look at forecasts and they project their own forecasts, those are the numbers they're using to develop a rating.
Okay. But they're also aware that you've under-earned your ROE for the last 4 or 5 years as well, correct? And that hasn't prompted them to make any moves on their credit rating.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Could you reference page 14, figure 4 of Dr. Woolridge's testimony? It is a graph.
Figure 4, page 14. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, so it shows the relative performance of the utility sector versus the S&P since November of 21, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so when we see the utility sector outperform the overall market, what signal is that for investors?
I'm just give me one moment when I look at the dates on this. This looks like this is about 1 year. I mean, generally speaking, well, actually, first of all, I would note that the utility performance over the course of the year has been generally flat. While it has outperformed the utility index, I know on a broader time frame, based on other analyses that I've seen, depending on your starting point, the utility index has underperformed the S&P 500. To me, a meaningful starting point is from the beginning of the COVID affected period, which would be January 2020. So your starting point really is a key factor here. And I believe on that basis, the utility industry is underperforming the S&P 500. So for this specific year, I'm not sure that this is this in and of itself is terribly meaningful as a direct input to the cost of equity analysis, because we still have other inputs that are looking at the relative performance of the utility industry, such as beta coefficients.
As it pertains to the cost of equity, okay, but as to the safety, your comment as to whether utilities are considered still a safe investment for investors, based on that graph, it would seem that if you go back prior to the start of COVID, I would agree possibly that there's a different number, but it seems as though utilities have become a safe haven again for investors now.
On this data alone, I would not want to make that characterization as to what a safe investment is. This is just merely return data over a period. I think there are a lot of dynamics in play that you would want to take into account before making a broad assessment as to what a safe investment is. I wouldn't make that assessment on this data alone.
And would you agree that utility stocks are also purchased by investors for their yields?
I would agree that that is an important consideration, that dividend yields are a factor that investors take into account in making that decision.
Okay, and if risk-free rates are moving up, that should put pressure on these utility names, correct? If you have the risk-free rate for the Fed is moving up, you have a yield-generating asset, now you have a risk-free rate that's yielding the same, they should be putting pressure on these utility names, correct?
It will put pressure, but to the extent that actually has an effect on the dividend yield, that's a separate issue. That will depend on how investors have actually made investments over that period of time.
Okay. But according to this graph, it doesn't look like that's happening. Like to the pressure that's, and this graph is in light of the Fed funds rate moving up over the last
well, what this graph
6 months.
What this graph would show is if this is returns, this is total return. I mean, it's showing basically flat over that period. Importantly, over the course of the year, several utilities have likely increased their dividends. So again, the yields may have actually increased over that period of time. That's a specific analysis I would want to look at before making that assessment.
Yields would have increased, but if the prices stay flat to go higher, if we use D over P, the yield would put pressure on that yield number, correct? If the price, the numerator increases, we should have a lower yield number.
The numerator increases, but the
price of the stock is going up.
If the price of the stock is going, if they're both going up, then it's going to depend on the degree to which they're both going up.
No, just the price of the stock.
Just the price, but again, that's not typically the case in the utility industry. That's why both myself and Dr. Woolridge use an adjusted dividend yield when we're doing our DCF analysis. We expect dividends to grow over the course of a year. So holding D flat over the course of a year, that's an unlikely scenario.
Okay. All right, let's switch to short-term debt.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
I'm sorry, over here. Let's, can we go ahead and take a break?
Yeah.
So, let's take our afternoon break, and we will resume at 4:00.
Oh, yeah. Good. Yourself. Do all of them once, and then retire. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Oh, goodness. They give her a lot, or I guess a bar. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's fine. I think it's. So that definitely familiar and some of the different approaches that they were taking on how they're calculating like this gap, which is different approaches to understand how that's it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
I saw. That's all I have on
Thank you. Everybody be seated, please. I'm sorry, before we get back on the record, is Lisa in here? Ms. Lewis? Robin, can you come here for a second, please? Okay, if we can go back on the record and we're going to resume cross-examination of this panel. Mr. Novello, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back, everyone. Short-term debt. You have not included any short-term debt in your capitalization structure, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that we did include some short-term debt in the last rate case for Aquarion?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. And what considerations do you normally take into account as to whether you include the use of short-term debt in the capital structure?
Whether it's part of the company's permanent financing of rate base. That's the typical criteria.
Permanent financing of rate base?
Yes.
Okay. And the definition of short-term debt is that it needs to be typically repaid within a year or less than a year?
It's typical, it's due within a year.
It's due within a year. And how does the company handle that? It's either paid from cash or it's rolled into long-term debt?
What would end up happening is short-term debt is really used to finance capital expenditures on a temporary basis. And then when we accumulate a certain amount, we would refinance that either with long-term debt or with equity.
Okay. So it's used to finance capital projects as well,
On a
right?
temporary basis.
But they become permanent after it's included in long-term debt?
The capital and the related plant become permanent once they are used and useful.
Okay. If I could refer you to OCC 114 and its attachment. There. Okay, so now you showed the capital structure with and without the short-term debt.
Yes.
Correct. And now, so we can't quantify what's permanent in that use of short-term, even though you're using that short-term debt throughout the course of the year. What would actually go into rate base? There's no timing as to when it becomes used and useful based on that short-term debt money. But some of that money is in fact being used for capitalized projects that's earning return, correct?
No, I would say the short-term debt is being used to finance the construction work in progress projects that are not yet placed in rate base.
Okay. And as far as Mr. Rothschild's and Dr. Woolridge, they arrive at the use of short-term debt for Dr. Woolridge is 5.47, and I believe 2.58. That's a considerable. It's a higher amount than you typically have seen in some of these testimonies. And I don't know. I don't expect you to speak for them, but you didn't feel the need to include any short-term debt in your capital structure.
No, the analysis I performed in response to Dr. Woolridge was looking at it was response to OCC 115, which demonstrated that there were significant periods in 2021 in which the company was not carrying a short-term debt balance, demonstrating that they were not dependent on short-term debt for the entire period.
Okay. And what does it typically do to the weighted average cost of capital if we do decide to include short-term debt?
Bless you.
Short-term debt tends to be at a lower yield than long-term debt. So if you include short-term debt, all else equal, that will decrease the weighted average cost of capital.
Okay, thank you. Onto your market risk premium, I believe you're at 9.2%.
It varies depending on the scenario because I change the market risk premium depending on the risk-free rate that I'm using. Just so we're on the same page, was that in my direct or my rebuttal that you're looking at?
I believe it was in your direct.
Okay, I meant my direct.
And I know I may have asked it in interrog, but just to clarify, do you give any considerations for other measures of equity risk premiums, such as the ones used by Dr. Woolridge, like Duff and Phelps, Kroll, KPMG, Fernandez, and Damadarian, I believe is pronounced?
I gave no weight to those. The application I used is consistent with the FERC approach, where we're looking at expected returns on the S&P 500 by performing a constant growth DCF analysis on the S&P 500 itself. For this specific scenario with the 9.2, I made the same exclusions that FERC makes, excluding growth rates that are below 0 and above 20%.
Okay, and you were at it, I don't have it written down, but it was like 12 point something, I believe?
The return was 12.37 in direct, yes.
And that's your assumption of the future return of the S&P for the next so many years in your model?
It's a constant growth DCF model.
Right.
So yes, that is the expectation, but it's also going to my rebuttal. It's well within the range of total returns that we've seen in the broad market using a considerable historical period. If I can find that reference, just give me one moment. There's a figure in my rebuttal to Dr. Woolridge at page 34, figure 8, which shows the total returns on the S&P 500 index from 1926 to 2021. And what I found there is that looking at those historical returns, 12.37, that is within the range of, it was actually higher in 51 out of the 96 years in that analysis.
And did you average the returns from that date to you said 1926 to 2021?
No, I used my forward-looking analysis with the components of the CAPM. I was looking to use forward-looking components where possible and where the analysis was credible.
Okay. And as far as those other sources, you just when your market risk premium comes in at 9.2 and they're at 5.5, I believe their last recommended was 5.5 for Kroll. You don't give any consideration or any adjustment to your market risk premium, given that it's so far from those sources that have typically been the same for the equity risk premium numbers for quite some time?
Those are not specific analyses I included in my analysis.
Okay.
I performed my check based on the reasonableness of the returns, but then also taking the current risk-free rate to calculate the market risk premium.
Okay. Okay. In your rebuttal for testimony, in pages, your rebuttal testimony to Woolridge, pages 31 and 32, you noted that he used a 5.5% instead of 6% in his previous testimony in front of this authority, correct?
Correct.
So you're not opposed to the use of the source that were used by Dr. Woolridge, just his final determination to use 5.5 as opposed to 6.00 in his CAPM model?
No, that's not the indication I'm making. I was pointing out that I don't understand the rationale for decreasing it, where I'm seeing, based on those four sources that Dr. Woolridge indicated that he primarily relied upon, the average I saw it increase. So what I was pointing out is I didn't understand the decrease relative to that last proceeding. I'm not advocating for this as a measure. I do include a scenario in my reconciliation of Dr. Woolridge's analytical results to my own that includes this scenario of a 6%, but that's not a position I'm specifically advocating.
I understand. Couple of questions on your DCF analysis. You took out Middlesex Water as it resulted in lower than Moody's utility bond index of 5.17, right? Your result was 4.99.
Pulling up the specific results, but that's yes. The dynamics are correct. The specific numbers I'd have to confirm, but yes.
And then you said you tested your data set for statistical significance and you used a FERC methodology for outliers that uses 150, the more conservative, 150% higher than the median number, correct? Higher or lower to eliminate any outliers?
Yeah, my rebuttal testimony, I pointed to what FERC uses on the high-end outlier test. And I pointed that they look at 200% around the median.
Okay.
And none of the DCF results fell outside of that bound.
I was reading an older decision and I saw 100. Was that moved? Was that FERC adjusted since the last rate case?
My understanding was the most recent move was from 150% to 200%. I wasn't aware of the 100%, but there have been several moving pieces. I don't doubt that it was 100% at one point in time.
Okay.
But I did look at both 150 and 200, those being the two most recent standards of which I am aware. And by either standard, there were no results outside of those bounds.
Okay. And if we refer to your exhibit A8 JCN 3,
yes.
And there you have the ROEs for all the companies. The one that stands out is SJW.
Yes.
At 14 and change. Now, using that 150% metric, I believe your number came to 14. I don't have it in front of me, but 9 or something like that. It was.
The specific application when I was looking at that FERC standard was in the context of my rebuttal testimony. So the numbers I cited in that context were with reference to the DCF results, my updated DCF results that were part of my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where SJW's result fell at that point in time. I'd have to check.
But even, I believe even with your updated, I believe I was viewing your updated, it was just shy of that 150 and you decided not to exclude it, even though it was a high-end outlier.
Yeah, I did not exclude it. It may have been very close, but the other thing I pointed out is that relative to FERC standards on the low-end outlier test, I'm using a very conservative measure. I'm simply looking for results that are below the cost of debt, whereas FERC actually looks at, they look at the generic corporate bond yield plus 20% of the market risk premium. Using that standard, I believe the result for, I believe it was American States Water would actually fall outside that test. So if we were to use a complete FERC standard, there would be, you have one that's very close, but not exceeding that 150%, but then you would have another one on the low end that would actually have to come out. So I do present both mean and medians to try and mitigate the effect of outliers on the high end or the low end. But on a simple reasonableness basis, the fact that the Middlesex Water result is below the cost of debt, and by any test of economic logic, that simply does not make sense. That result I did exclude explicitly.
Okay. When I did my own, just eyeballing, I looked at the numbers and I saw that you excluded Middlesex Water. And I took the second lowest number and it concluded that it was like 20% away from that. And I used that same rationale on the higher end. And I said, well, what if anything over 20% of the second highest number, SJW fell within that range. So you feel that even though it's higher, even though that SJW falls within the 14 number, it's still statistically relevant. It's okay to keep that. You don't feel it's an outlier.
Using a 20% comparison of the low to the high, I'm not sure I completely follow your math, but that specific analysis you're pointing to, that I'm not aware of as a specific statistical test.
Okay.
That I did not apply.
Okay. Okay. Now for your model, you used expected earnings growth from Value Line, Yahoo, and Zacks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those are all based on analyst forecasts?
Yes.
And I know there was some back and forth from Dr. Woolridge and yourself about the overstatements of analysts on earnings, and you don't share any of those concerns. You don't factor that into your analysis that they may possibly be overstating their EPS growth estimates?
Dr. Woolridge has pointed to a number of studies. As I point to in my rebuttal testimony, at least one of those studies is pointing to analysis prior to the global settlement in 2003. And subsequent studies have demonstrated that evidence of that bias has virtually disappeared. But more specifically, I haven't seen any specific bias with respect to the proxy group companies in the utility industry. So no, I don't see that. I see that there has been literature that demonstrates that earnings growth are the most significant predictor of growth based on prior studies.
And those usually those are predicated on economic analysis of GDP growth, right? So these analysts will get their economists' metrics on what GDP will do for that year, and then it'll translate into the growth for their respective companies that they cover.
I'm not sure I'm following when you say translate. When you say translate.
Well, you won't have, what I'm saying is if you're not going to have a company grow at 10% if GDP is going to be zero. So they'll usually take their GDP estimates and then apply them to their models and say, okay, the company will grow this much.
I mean, the benefit of using consensus estimates is that there are several analysts contributing to that. They all have different models. While GDP may be a factor, there are several factors that they take into account when estimating growth.
Okay. And one of the assumptions that we use in the DCF model is that earnings and dividends have to grow at a constant rate.
That's an inherent assumption in the constant growth DCF model.
Okay. And are those growth rates always constant between dividends and earnings? Are they constant over time?
There can be changes. Management decisions for dividend payout ratios, for instance, can cause differences. But over the long run, we expect them to grow at the same rate, which is why we're able to use the constant growth DCF model.
Okay, and dividends cannot grow faster than earnings then in this model?
Well, when you say in this model, in perpetuity, we're assuming they grow at the same rate. That is a limitation of the model. That is how the model is structured. There is no separate input for earnings or dividends. That is the way the model is constructed, that there is a single growth rate that is used. So the assumption is that dividends will grow, and we're using earnings growth as the measure of dividend growth in the model.
And then you alluded to management decisions. So they could potentially not raise their dividends. So that year, the dividend would grow slower than the actual earnings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we were to use potential dividend growth numbers, growth rate estimates instead of earnings growth rates, would that potentially change the cost of equity numbers in a DCF model?
I mean, if you're going to change the growth rate, anytime you change the growth rate, it has the potential to change the DCF model. So yeah, using a different growth rate could change the model. As to the specific use of dividends, again, in the constant growth format, we're assuming that earnings and dividend growth are growing at the same rate. So if you're talking about a difference there, you're talking about an assumption that will not hold in the constant growth DCF model.
Okay. Okay, and when you had the opportunity in your rebuttal testimony, I believe it was November 9th, you didn't make any changes regarding the proxy group, the cost of equity, and the capital structure in those rebuttals, correct?
I did make a change to the proxy group.
Okay.
Similar to Dr. Woolridge, I excluded York Water Company because Value Line no longer provided a They have an abbreviated report, but it doesn't have several of the metrics that we would consider in the DCF analysis and the expected earnings analysis. So like Dr. Woolridge, I excluded York Water from the proxy group.
Okay. But the cost of equity recommendation stood at 10.35, correct?
Correct. I made no change to my recommendation. I will say that I saw increases in the DCF result and the CAPM result. However, part of that was due to the exclusion of York Water Company. York Water Company in my direct testimony was one of the, I believe on both the DCF and the CAPM, it was one of the lower estimates. So the effect of removing that did have an effect on increasing results. So that was one factor, but also interest rates increased between the time I filed my direct and my rebuttal. But I made no change to the overall cost of equity recommendation.
That was a follow-on question. Actually, you cited higher interest rates, inflation becoming embedded, increased volatility in the equity markets, but you stood at 10.35 in light of all those effects.
Again, when you remove the effect of York Water, if you were to remove that from my direct to put them on a more apples to apples basis, the movement in the results is much less drastic. So on that basis, I made no change to my recommendation.
Okay. And even though several market conditions had deteriorated, like lower equity prices and higher borrowing costs, no, that didn't affect your analysis.
Again, I think we're going back to the current volatility that we're witnessing. We're seeing higher volatility, but the effect we're seeing is in October, we saw higher interest rates than we see today. So that's why I think it's also important to look at forecasts and why an important consideration is that longer term 4%. Well, I saw the current 30-day average and 30-year yield, I believe, was above that 4% mark. That's come down a bit. And as you stated earlier, it's in the neighborhood of 3.65 today.
And you said it's important to look at forecasts, but would this forecasting ability in times of market volatility and disruptions in the market, is their proverbial crystal ball blurry at this point when we have times of extreme volatility? Do you discount the forecasting abilities?
No, I wouldn't discount them. It's always relevant what investors are expecting. That's the basis on which we're making our evaluations and our estimates. It's always important to understand how investors are predicating their decisions. And these are the expectations that we see. It's an important consideration at all times. Times are uncertain now as to whether or not the crystal ball is more or less blurry. I wish there were times that were clearer because, well, I wouldn't be here today if that were the case.
And the best metric to use, though, is you said in investors' expectations. So if you use, isn't the best gauge of what they expect the current price of what's happening, even though we're into this volatility? Prices are being updated continually.
Prices change frequently. Investor required returns, especially for utility companies, I don't think change to the degree in which you might see price changes on a day-to-day basis. There are many factors that go into a stock price, including the performance of the overall market. At the end of the day, these are all opportunity costs. When we're trying to evaluate the long-term return requirements, it is important to have an element of stability in our estimates.
Okay. And response to interrogatory 50. Attachment 1 is S&P Global Market Intelligence, and it outlines the water utility rate case data for the last couple of years.
Sorry, give me one more moment to pull up the attachment. Okay, I am there.
So in that data, has there been any water companies that have been awarded a cost of equity of 10.3% in either settled or litigated rate case?
In the time period here, which is 2020 to 2021, there were No water cases. However, the water was one element of this analysis. That was one tab. There was also gas and electric. I just want to review that quickly. Sorry, there's several pages here. For the water and gas group, there were returns as high as 10.6. But I do think it's important to consider the period we're evaluating here, 2020 to 2021. I had a figure in my rebuttal testimony to Dr. Woolridge. Figure. Figure 2 on page 8 of my rebuttal testimony to Dr. Woolridge, which relies on that same water utility data, but it goes back farther. And it also overlays the 30-year treasury yield. And what you'll see, the period that is the subject of this specific IR, 2020 to 2021, that was when the 30-year yield as our proxy for interest rates was at record lows. So I think that's an important consideration. We're no longer in that environment. Treasury yields have increased substantially since that 2020 to 2021 period. Oh, and if I could add, there are water returns that are above that 10.35% in that period.
You mentioned earlier that during that period that ROEs, the reduction in ROEs were being mitigated. So the actual, you think the cost of equity was actually lower during those times? If you have a risk-free rate of, I think it got as low as what, 0.6 on the 10-year or something during that time. Should those ROEs have been lower, but they were being held up?
I haven't performed specific analyses on those decisions. That would depend on several factors, including the risks of those companies. I can't speak as to what those decisions should have been or shouldn't have been. I haven't performed that analysis.
Okay, but you did cite that the commissions were holding up ROEs during that time frame.
That is a report from RRA.
Okay. I have some earnings sharing mechanism questions. I don't know if you, Ms. Sadler? Sure. Just to elaborate our understanding of the earnings sharing mechanisms. If the company were to earn more than its authorized ROE and how the ESM is interpreted, do you interpret it from $1 of over earning?
Yes, I think that's the way the statute is written.
Okay. And it's a 50-50 split between the company and ratepayers from that $1. Right? And it's based on a calendar year end number and not the quarterly number that is reported to the authority. It's a calendar year end number.
Correct.
Okay. And at the end of the calendar year, the company notifies the authority, and by what process?
So we have an annual filing. I just want to check if that's also included. Hold on one sec. It's a compliance order from it's filed under our previous rate case docket 130220. And we're just confirming which compliance filing that is.
Okay. And it's usually in March, I believe you guys
Correct.
file it. Okay.
It's compliance order number 12.
Number 12. Okay. And I believe that's all I have for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Marshall, any cross? Thank you. Attorney Wheel, let's go ahead and start. Oh, very good. Is the Attorney General present? No. Okay, That leaves E EOE. Okay, since we definitely have to come back tomorrow, if this ends up taking longer than has been estimated, I may break off EOE's costs to resume in the morning, but let's go ahead and get it started, please. Oh, Mr. Parent, can you check the? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my first question is actually, my questions are all tied to the earnings sharing mechanism as well. Who am I directing that to? There were no interrogatories posed on it.
If we could start with Ms. Sabo, that'd be acceptable. And Mr. Morrissey, if you want to weigh in also. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think most of my questions are pretty straightforward. I guess I'll put them out there, and then if there's any that we need to circle back on, or actually pull up any of the exhibits from any of the filings, we could do that. I'll just start off. I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself. Chris Parent, EOE staff. Thank you. So my first question is, the company previously stated that there was only a single year where the ESM was triggered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second one, am I also correct to assume that it was the year 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Told you some of these were going to be really easy.
I love
ESM filings, they're included in docket 130220, complaints order 12, also correct?
Yes.
We're on a roll here. All right, so getting into just some specifics, can the company confirm that the authorized capital structure from the last rate case was 51.53% equity, 48.23% long-term debt, and 0.23% short-term debt? I promise this is all just grounding questions.
I just want to confirm those.
Absolutely.
Yes, those are correct.
Okay. Can the company confirm that the authorized ROE from the last rate case was 9.63%?
Yes.
Okay. Has the authority approved any changes to any of the measures since the last rate case?
No.
Okay. So specific to the 2014 filing, the company's 14 calculation appears to use the carried capital positions instead of the authorized capital positions. So this is kind of piggybacking off a little bit of the questions that were just posed. We could pull up the exhibit if it's helpful. Otherwise, my question is, am I correct in the understanding?
Subject to check. I would like to actually see the exhibit.
Okay. If you just give us a moment, we will pull that up.
Okay, Robin, can you go? Miss Lewis isn't here. Okay, Robin, can you please assist?
All right, we'll do 15 minutes. So as you can see, the filing that you guys remitted has 7 schedules on here. The one that I'm showing, I took the liberty of inserting yellow just for the row that I think portrays the question at hand, where it looks as though the reference is showing that the calculation on Schedule 4 is for the actual equity percentage used. So
That's correct.
okay, thank you. Sticking with the same question here, the 2014 carried equity position was in fact less than authorized. So a moment ago, we did say that the authorized position on equity was 51.53. In this case, it looks as though the equity position used was 50.44. Can the company provide a rationale for why the carried equity position was used in lieu of the authorized?
The company was assessing its return over, based on its actual financial position at that point.
Okay, so the carried position was less than authorized.
At this point in time, yes.
Perfect. So if the company's equity position had in fact exceeded the authorized position, would you guys have still used the carried position or would you have used the authorized? I could put it another way. Would you have used the lesser of the two or would you continue to use the carried?
My expectation is we would have continued to use the actual. So if the actual was greater, that's what it would have been presented here.
Okay, great. All else equal, assuming that there was a year where you had an ROE where you exceeded the authorized ROE target, and you were using, or you had a carried equity position that's higher, can you explain what would happen to the earning sharing mechanism under that circumstance? So for example, would the ratepayers have received a larger or smaller credit if you had a higher carried position where the earning sharing mechanism was relevant? I'm not asking for specific dollar amounts. This is more of a conceptual. Would ratepayers have been given more of a credit back on their bills or less of a credit?
So I guess to carry through the math, if we had a higher equity percentage and our earnings, the ROE, which in this case exceeded the 9.63, if you were applying that delta, the percentage against a higher number, then yes, the ending result would have been a higher return to customers.
A higher return to customers. So you guys, hypothetically, you guys had instead of the authorized of 51.53% equity, you had 55% equity. You had a higher carried equity position. So your position's higher, your ROE were higher than what's authorized. Ratepayers would get more back or less? It was my understanding when I did the math, higher carried position than what's authorized, ratepayers would get less back.
So I'm working in an Excel file as well, and without recalculating an ROE, if I simply am just taking the value in cell D13 and changing that to 55%. And I earned still an ROE of 10.28%, it would equate to a higher utility operating income. So what I'm not doing here is recalculating what a revised ROE would be. So I guess it's a question on which variables we're keeping constant here.
So we would want to keep the ROE constant, assuming ROE exceeded the authorized. And if we were to take the capital position for equity and increase that above what's authorized, that's the variable. The constant is ROE's actual percentage, and the variable is going to be the equity position.
Right, and I still stand by the mathematical results here. So in the filing here, we earned an ROE of 10.28 versus an authorized of 9.63. So the excess return is 65 basis points. And that's that 65 basis points that would be applied against the equity. So if I looked at my rate base and said it was financed with 55% equity, it's going to give me a higher value of rate base. And so the 65 basis points times that value is going to yield a result of, in this case, using 55%, 2,278,000 in comparison to the 2,089,000, which the company had actually filed.
Can I request a late file exhibit that would actually show the deltas for the calculation for the year 2014?
Actually, before we do that, may I just interject with some commentary? First of all, we're looking at a schedule that's 8 years old.
Understood.
Okay, so, and at the time, I don't believe Ms. Zabo was involved in the function. Secondly, I think the earnings sharing mechanism is brand new. We came out of the 2013 rate case. I think this is probably the first calculation that we performed with it. And we, typically we don't over earn. As you know, capital intensive business, lots of regulatory lag factoring in. The other what happened in 2013, we had a brand new tax law change. Tangible property regulations came in, and that was the primary driver. And I think we've said this elsewhere in this testimony. That was the primary driver behind this over earnings situation. This is the one instance since the implementation of the ESM, roughly 10 years ago from when we're filing this case. I will state on behalf of myself and the company, we are doing things in a best efforts, fully transparent way. And at the time that this was prepared, we prepared it to the best of our ability. So I want to get that on the record for folks, and I'll allow you to proceed with.
So I'm not suggesting that the calculation was incorrect. I'm simply trying to make sure that I understand, or we clearly understand, the implications of it on a go-forward basis. So if the carried position ends up being higher than authorized, the implication of that on the calculations, what does that mean? Are ratepayers receiving more of a credit or less of a credit? That's essentially the basis of this specific question that I was asking. And I just want to make sure with the late file that the math supports the response.
Understood. Thank you.
And what exhibit is this? I'm sorry, I can't see.
So this is compliance order number 12 within docket 130220.
And just to confirm, that was 2014 filing?
Yes, so that specific filing isn't the objective of the late file request. It's the math to demonstrate what would happen. So that year is fine to use. Any year really is what I'm trying to ascertain.
Okay, so using 2014 data, if the carried position is higher than authorized, what is discuss the impact on the customer credit?
On the customer credit, thank you.
Thank you.
And one more clarification, I just want to make sure, it sounds like Mr. Parent is trying to just make sure that we do the math to illustrate the point. So just to confirm, you said we don't have to use the 2014 data, we can use other data as long as we run through the exercise you've asked us to.
That is correct, that's fine.
Thank you.
And just as another point of clarification, when we're talking about the variable that's changing, and we change our actual equity value.
Percentages.
Right. But we're talking about not changing the ROE.
Correct. So you could assume any ROE that exceeds the authorized. And what would happen if you had changes in the equity position below and or above? So really, I'm interested in what's happening when it's above what's authorized.
Can I just ask Ms. Zabo, is it clear in terms of what's being requested for the late file?
It's clear. I'm unclear as to what result that's going, what that's going to prove. Because when I think about the component that goes into the determination of the return on equity, it's an income value as looked at as a percentage of the actual equity balance. So we're looking at keeping that return percentage fixed, but changing the equity balance and trying to understand what impact that has. It just seems I'm having a hard time understanding the impact of just changing that one variable and what that's going to provide you.
It is changing the variable under a hypothetical scenario where you have higher equity than what was authorized versus the authorized. And the question that I want to make sure is clearly understood is that by having a higher equity position versus what's authorized, will that have a positive or negative impact on ratepayers versus the company? Meaning, are the ratepayers going to be getting more or less money back in support of their 50% of the earning sharing mechanism? You said they would be getting more money back if the equity position was higher than what was authorized. I'm not so sure
Well,
that's,
but keeping the ROE the same, which would imply then that you had to earn more money. You can't keep the return on equity constant and change the equity percentage without having earned more money. So if you earned more, then that would translate to a higher return. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't understand how I can keep the ROE constant and change that and have it support that position.
so I think you're bringing that back to the underlying principles of what determine the ROE. I wouldn't necessarily think of those because, again, we're using a presumption that the ROE is higher than what's authorized. If the if the equity position were higher than what's authorized, so the math that you did on this, whoever did it several years ago, if the math that the company completed on the screen is based on the actual equity mix percentage shown on the screen, which is a percentage mix that is below what was authorized, then that resulted in a certain amount of money, which if we followed the schedules through, we could see how much the ratepayers received. If that actual equity mix was not used, or I'll say that a different way, if the actual equity mix was a higher percentage, instead of it being a 50.44%, it was above what was authorized, and it was 55%. That was the number I believe you used a few moments ago. If it was in fact that, would the ratepayers have received a larger return or a smaller return?
But I'm sorry I'm being thick on this. This is the part of the question I'm failing to understand. Am I keeping utility operating income constant? Because that's what's driving the
I understand
return
what
on
you're saying.
equity.
I would be keeping the percentage of ROE constant.
Okay, which means that I'm changing the utility operating income.
You would be changing, so we want to keep the ROE percentage constant for this equation.
So when I change the equity balance and keep the ROE percentage constant,
yes,
I have to, the fallout is going to be a new operating income number. And that's what I'm saying before, like if we increased the equity balance and you wanted the same return, I would have to have a greater dollar value of utility operating income, which is why I'd be giving more back to the customer.
I think when the late filed exhibit is completed, I think any questions can be posed at that point in the late filed hearing at that point. And I think having the information in front of us will help to clarify.
And just one clarification, which would be, we will perform the exercise that Mr. Parent requested, and to the extent that we have a disagreement or something along those lines, we'll express that in the late file response. And Mr. Parent can evaluate that when he reviews the information.
Okay, thank you. It's late file exhibit 76.
Promise I'll keep these last two very brief. Is the company aware of any explicit authority decision that approved the use of carried capital positions instead of authorized capital positions in calculating the ESM?
I don't have it before me, but when we file the ESM, I would expect that we received an acknowledgement or authorization to then implement the credit back to customers.
In the 2014 filing?
Correct.
Okay. So any other explicit decisions where it said use carried even if it's in excess of authorized?
I would say I'm not able to confirm or deny that without doing more research.
Okay. Last question. The company changed its presentation for the year ended 2017 and forward of the filing where none of the ESMs were applicable. So I totally understand that. Where instead of simply including the year end position, it included both the average and the year end positions. Now, ESM was not applicable for any of these filings, meaning there was no returns to ratepayers. So I'm simply just trying to understand going forward, would the company actually suggest using the average capital position or the capital position as of the end of the year in your calculations? I just want to understand what your view would be as to how it should take place going forward.
I do need to check. I thought we were actually required to present both returns both ways, both with average and end of period.
So which one of those two numbers would be used in if it was applicable, determining the amount that would be returned to ratepayers?
I don't know at this time.
Can that be added to the late file?
We can either do that or we can make it a read-in if that's something that is at the that the company could retrieve easily.
I'd be fine with that.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Zabo, just in terms of the scope of the request, is that something that the company could add to the late file 76 as a Part B?
Yes.
Is that acceptable to the chairman and to Mr. Parent?
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Part B to late file 76 is to do what?
Provide a understanding as to whether or not the calc would be based on the average capital position or the year-end capital position. On a go-forward basis, 2014 looks as though it was year-end and they changed the approach in 17.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rothschild?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Novak. I have some questions to start from Mr. Novak.
Good afternoon.
First question is, you would agree that capital markets change?
Yes, the conditions of capital markets are constantly changing.
Because you expressed that on page 12 of your rebuttal testimony. You mentioned there have been several changes. And if you want to refer to that, but on page 12, you mentioned that.
Yes, I'm there.
And going on to page 13, you mentioned specifically that inflation has increased from around 0% to over 8%.
Yes.
Over what time period is that?
Figure 4 on page 13 of my rebuttal testimony to you, Mr. Rothschild. Figure 4 demonstrates that inflation as measured by the CPI was at around 0% in 2019 to in 2022, it went above 8%.
And over that time of interest rates change as well?
Yes, over that period, they have changed considerably.
I believe you mentioned on page 14 that bond yields on 30-year yields have changed from 2.98 in June to 4.1%. Is that correct?
Yes, as of the time of my rebuttal testimony, that's correct.
So would you agree that it's critical that cost of equity models used to determine an authorized ROE have the capacity to take into account these changes?
Yes, it's important to take into account changes, but we need to keep in mind we're estimating investors' long-term view and their long-term view into the future as to their specific return requirements. It's important to take into account all information, both forward-looking and backward-looking as we move forward.
So we're concerned about long-term expectations more than current expectations?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
How do you weight those two? I mean, we could have changes in the short term. There's some type of weighting when we talk about a change in interest rates in the short term versus investors' long-term expectations. You said you have to consider both. Is that correct?
If we're estimating investors' return requirements, we have to take into account the current capital market conditions and their expectations that they're taking into account. There's no specific weighting that you would apply to others because there's many different components to each in deriving that estimate.
So judgment.
There's considerable judgment in applying these estimates.
So you would agree that if authorized ROEs are not based on the cost of equity, the results could lead into an ROE that wouldn't allow the company to raise capital, or could result in rates that are too high and overcharge consumers.
I would say our objective is for the authorized ROE to be set based on the current cost of equity.
Should be based on the current cost of equity.
Yes.
That's correct. So is it possible to measure these changes in capital markets with using stock options?
To measure changes in what?
Investors' expectations?
Investors' expectations for what?
Volatility, skew.
There are several different measures that can be used, but it depends on exactly what we're measuring. Can you use options to measure different expectations? Yes, but what we're doing here depends on the specific application of those.
Because you, on page 14, you mentioned the VIX index. Is that correct on page 14 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I mentioned the VIX on page 14, yes.
And this is known as the fear index. It's something that's commonly referred to in the news and publications, correct?
That's correct.
And you say that the VIX index averaged 16.86 between 2010 and 2019, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And has increased from about 29.27 in October to a high of 33.63.
Yeah, over the course of that month, that was the monthly average and the high at that point in time. I'll note that it has come down a bit since then, but it's still above that long-term average of over 2010 to 2019. It's still above 20, the last I checked.
So does the VIX index sometimes change over a short time period? So I say 1 or 2 weeks?
Yes, the VIX does. I mean, the degree to which it changes varies. I mean, it changes by the minute. There are changes constantly happening in many aspects of the capital market.
So would you agree, subject to check, that the VIX index was 20.4 on April 20th, 2022?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you agree, subject to check, that the VIX index was 20.4 on April 20th, 2022?
Subject to check, I'd accept that, yes.
And then it went up to 27.02 1 week later on April 27th, 2022.
Subject to check, I'd accept that.
And then it increased to 33.4 on April 29th.
Subject
to check, yeah. So this change over that time period from April 20th to April 29th was about 63%. Subject to check, if you want to do the math.
Subject to check, I accept your math.
Okay. Do you study models that are used by investors or and/or financial institutions, financial or regulatory institutions outside of the utility regulatory space?
As part of my work as a consultant, yes, I do use the financial models outside of regulatory contexts.
So do you know if any U.S. Federal Reserve banks use stock options to measure investors' changing expectations regarding stocks and bonds?
Stock options are used for a variety of measures, and they can be used in many applications. I haven't used them in my estimates of the cost of equity specifically, because I haven't found a methodology that I consider stable to use it in my cost of equity methodology, specifically incorporating the DCF or the CAPM. In my work as a consultant, I haven't explicitly used options data in my assessment of capital market conditions in that capacity either.
But you would agree it's common for Federal Reserve banks, like the Federal Reserve Bank of Indianapolis or the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, to use stock options to measure investors' changing expectations regarding volatility or interest rates?
I would say that that's a very broad question. Options data can be used in a variety of different ways. It depends on the specific application. And there are a wide use of potential options to use options data, but I can't speak as to the specific applications that's been used by Federal Reserve banks or other resources.
But it is widely used, you would agree? Widely used, stock options are widely used.
I think the witness responded to the best of his ability, is not required to agree with the question.
Okay. Would EOE like to respond to the objection or rephrase or withdraw?
I can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Should the cost of equity be based on interest rates from the past?
I think it's important to consider the near-term past, as I have in the CAPM, where I've used both a recent average, but also projections. Again, there are many considerations that we have to take into account when we're trying to look at investors' expectations. So yes, there's an application for looking at the recent history, but it's also important to look at the application of other models in the past and looking at how interest rates have moved. So yeah, historical information is relevant. It's the context by which we use it that matters.
But if we used interest rates, let's say from 2020, when the yield on a 30-year, I think, was 1% for a short period of time, we could possibly understate the cost of equity today.
I just want to be very specific to your question is about interest rates. And I want to be sure we're not extrapolating that to other measures. It depends on the measure that we're talking about. When you're talking about should we use an interest rate from 2020 today? No, several things have happened to interest rates that have changed from that point in time to this point in time. There are other measures, depending on what it is, that may be relevant based on 2020 and today. So it depends. Your question, if it's with regard to interest rates, yes, I would say that the 2020 interest rates are very different from where they are today. They provide some context for where we're at today and how that affects our cost of equity models. But I wouldn't use a 2020 average interest rate in my estimate of the cost of equity.
Because interest rates have changed significantly since then.
It's more to it than that. It's the path by which interest rates have changed. I mean, we have seen unprecedented activity by the Federal Reserve since 2020. It's more than the rate. It's the complete change in the capital market conditions that we've seen as it relates to interest rates.
And in your CAPM analysis,
yes,
you use betas that are backward looking, correct? They're based on 5-year historical data for Value Line weekly and 10-year for Bloomberg. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And this is where I think it's important to make a distinction here between interest rates and beta. What we're looking at for beta is generally a long-term relationship. And what we're seeing is that over the course of the past 2 years, betas have held relatively short. And when I compare that to options-based beta analyses that I've seen you use, well, yes, options do provide meaningful information. When I see options betas that bounce around on a week-to-week basis, if you'll look at my rebuttal testimony, exhibit JCN 8 to my rebuttal testimony, I see options-based betas that move on a week-to-week basis from, let's see, from 0.87 to 0.52. That's suggesting a very significant change in the cost of equity for Essential Utilities Inc. In mid-August. I'm not aware of anything specific that would cause an investor to change their return requirements by, let's see, that translates into an estimated change in the cost of equity of about 250 basis points.
Using the 5-year historical betas, let's say in the 10-year, are they still being impacted by the market turmoil during COVID? When the interest rates were down near 1% for the 30-year, are they still being impacted by that?
When you say impacted, I mean, there's no new information entering the beta. Does it reflect a long-term period? Yes, it reflects the period in which interest rates were low, but that's not what beta is measuring. Beta is not dependent on interest rates directly. It's looking at the relative volatility of utility stocks relative to the broader market over that period.
Are betas that are calculated based on shorter time periods that are not impacted by the time of the pandemic, let's say after the March to April timeframe, are they lower than the 5-year historical betas?
I haven't specifically looked at that. I know you have looked at some of those. They may be lower, I don't know. But another important consideration, when you're looking at beta over a shorter period like that, you're using weekly returns. If you're looking at it for a very short period, those may not be statistically significant results. Beta is based on a regression analysis of a particular stock's weekly return relative to the broader S&P 500. So when you get a very small sample size of weekly returns, a competing concern becomes the statistical significance and the relevance of that estimate. That's why, generally speaking, a longer term analysis will give you that statistically significant result.
But you haven't evaluated betas that are of the 2-year time frame, for example, whether they're lower.
I haven't specifically looked at 2-year betas with respect to this proxy group.
Okay. I want to ask you what models do investors use?
There are several models that they use, including the DCF and the CAPM. There are other risk premium based models. There's also peer reviews and comparability analyses that are used. There are several different models that can be used.
Do you know all the models that investors use to purchase stocks?
To say I know all the models, I don't know what all the models would be. I'm sure there's an investor somewhere using a model that I don't use.
So, I mean, for example, do some investors use machine learning algorithms?
Yes, there are certainly some investors that are relying on machine learning out there. As to the specific algorithms they employ, I don't know. What I do know is the DCF and the CAPM, they're widely used models.
Do investors use hidden Markov models?
Yes.
How about agent-based models?
I'm not familiar with that specific.
Do investors purchase some just based on no analytical models at all? In other words, do they buy just because their friend wanted to buy it or made a lot of money?
It's a very large multi-trillion-dollar market. I'm sure there's an investor investing on his gut out there. I'm sure there are investors basing it on several analyses that I wouldn't consider credible as well.
Sorry, I lost. And so you would agree that there's really no way to know all the models that investors use?
Can I say I know every model that every investor is using in a market that is so large and wide? No, I can't. I know the ones that are common, and those are the ones that I have used, and the ones that I believe provide reasonable results.
And there's also no way to know exactly how each of these models that investors use may interact and affect the markets. For example, if a certain percentage is DCF or hidden Markov or agent-based models, what they would actually produce when you combine all of them into the market.
I'm sorry, what they would produce with regard to what?
Market prices. The behavior of capital markets could be impacted by investors' behavior purchasing stocks and how they make decisions. So if we know, for example, we knew there were only 3 models used, we still don't necessarily even know how those models, when they're used, combine to impact capital market behavior.
Can you just phrase that in the form of a question? I just want to make sure there were quite a few thoughts there, just to make sure the witness has a chance to process it and respond. Thank you.
Have you done an analysis to determine how the different models that investors use interact and impact capital markets, and also in terms of the cost of equity?
I'm sorry, when you say impact capital markets, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that.
In this case, would impact the cost of equity, but let's say 2 different traders use different models. If one investor is using a model to make a decision, presumably that's going to change their decision about how much a stock is worth, and another person uses another model. When these models are using the inputs of the prices that are being impacted by other models. I think it's generally studied often that there's emergent behavior that can happen in markets, and that's the behavior because you have different people, different investors making decisions based on different information. I'm just asking in general, is that something that you consider? How different models that investors use interact?
I think the question oversimplifies capital markets to a certain extent, suggesting that there is one correct solution based on different models. I don't accept that premise because different investors have different return requirements. What we're trying to determine is the investor return requirement based on what we're seeing in the market, based on the various inputs that we're using in our models. So there's a broad variety of assumptions across investors, and there is no one correct answer. That's why it's important to look at a lot of different information and looking at how different things impact the cost of equity. And it's important that we use reasonable models and reasonable assumptions that produce results that we consider reasonable as analysts in the industry.
Okay, thank you. Good, general question two is, would you consider your approach to be scientific?
I'm not sure how to define scientific in this context.
I would define scientific as coming up with a hypothesis, testing it. If it fails, you throw it out.
All of the models that I use, I ensure that they produce reasonable results, and I ensure that the assumptions that I'm doing a similar analysis of all of the inputs and assumptions. So in that sense, I am applying a scientific-like process, but in terms of proposing a specific hypothesis, I'm not sure I'm with you there. I don't know what hypothesis I would.
Our model would be a type of hypothesis. For example, just on the most famous one, the Einstein's theory of relativity, they had to test that by looking in 1919, looking at how light bends around the moon. If it didn't bend in a certain way, it was going to be thrown out. Right? E equals MC squared. It's like a model and a theory. So I'm just asking, do you do those kinds of tests?
I'm afraid I really don't know how to answer a question that is comparing the theory of relativity to the cost of equity. I mean, these are very different concepts. I mean, one of the difficult things about estimating the cost of equity is even from on a retrospective basis, we're never entirely sure that there is no transparent, correct answer. We're all estimating based on the information we have available to us. So I'm really not sure how to compare it to.
So it's a very different world. You have the scientific world and physics is different than cost of equity.
I can agree that physics and finance are very different fields.
One is science and this one is not?
I don't know if I would go so far as to say that. There are certainly scientific principles that are central to the field of finance.
Yeah. So I want to ask about the 5-year historical betas based on value line, right? That you use.
Okay.
Have you done any tests to determine if they are producing an accurate cost of equity result in your CAPM?
Accurate with respect to what?
What would be your criteria to determine accuracy?
I have looked at value line betas. I've replicated them in the past to ensure that they're calculated in a manner that is consistent with how I would calculate them independently as they have described them. I've confirmed that they are accurately calculated as published in that respect. So to that extent, yes, I've confirmed their accuracy.
So in a high level beta, you reproduced value line betas and you agree on a high level basis, value line calculates their betas based on weekly returns on a specific day of the week.
I don't recall looking at the specific aspect as to a specific day of the week. That being said, I would be very surprised if there was a significant difference estimating betas on a Friday versus a Tuesday. I mean, an important thing is the value line beta coefficients that they publish, they round them to the nearest 0.05. I don't know that it's the case, but I would expect betas, depending on the day of the week they're calculated, to be within that margin of error most weeks. But that is not a specific analysis that I have tested.
You haven't tested whether value line betas vary from whether you calculate on Mondays versus Tuesdays versus Wednesdays?
I have no reason to expect that they would change with a meaningful Nothing like the swings that I see in beta coefficients in my exhibit JCN 8 to my rebuttal testimony. I'm not aware of any significant changes, but that's not a specific aspect that I've looked at.
But you've seen in my testimony, I addressed that issue, but you haven't run that test to determine yourself.
I'm aware that you calculate them based on a Tuesday, but no, I haven't run that as a
I
test.
do them weekly and every day of the week.
Can you just rephrase in the form of a question?
You had said that I calculate them on Tuesdays, right? But I am saying that's not correct. I calculate them on every day of the week, weekly on a daily basis. I just wanted to clarify.
Question?
Mr. Rothschild, is the question of the witness whether, can you just rephrase that? I know that you're.
What's your
Go ahead.
What's your understanding of how I calculate the historical betas?
Based on the clarification you just provided, and forgive me, I have not gone through your several thousands of files to look at every beta calculation that you have produced in this proceeding. But my understanding is that you are calculating them on every day of the week, but I have not looked at every single one of the worksheets that you produced as part of this proceeding.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you state on page 33, lines 1 to 2 of your rebuttal testimony, that I assumed an expected return of 12% on the S&P 500. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding based on the work papers that I reviewed.
So you also state that I offer no explanation regarding the difference between this 12% return on the S&P 500 and the 10.64% return on the S&P 500 that I use in my market risk premium analysis. Is that correct?
My understanding is I did not see an explanation of that specific discrepancy.
Do you know what expected return on stock options I used?
No, and again, there were several thousand files, and in the time I had, I did not review every single one, but this market return stood out to me as discrepant from what I was seeing in the rest of the analysis.
Would you agree, subject to check, that I used the 12% for my expected return on stock options?
Subject to check, I would accept that.
On page 34, figure 10 of your rebuttal testimony, you show how much my CAPM result would change if I used a 12% return on the S&P 500 to calculate the risk premium portion of my CAPM. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then do you do a similar analysis to determine how much my cost of equity results would change if I change my assumed cost of capital for stock options?
So your assumed cost of capital for stock options?
For stock options.
No.
Or expected returns. You haven't done that. Okay. Would you agree, subject to check, that if I change my assumed cost of capital for stock options from 12% to 10.64%, which is the number you used, right, in your rebuttal testimony?
Those are the two numbers.
On page 34 of your rebuttal testimony, that was the comparison you did. You compared using a 10.64% market return that I use in my market risk premium to a 12%. Right? That was the analysis that you did in your rebuttal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what's in figure 10.
Yes. So what I'm asking is if you did that same analysis, but looked at the difference between a 12% expected return for stock options and a 10.64% expected return for stock options, have you determined how much that would change my cost of equity results?
No, that's not an analysis I performed.
Would you agree, subject to check, that that would decline from a recommendation of 8.28% to 8.18%?
I can't say that. That calculation, I believe, is fairly involved. That would involve rerunning several regressions. And I'm not, based on all the work papers provided, I'm not sure I could replicate that calculation.
Would you also agree, subject to check, that if I change my assumed cost of capital for stock options from 12% to 15%, that my COE model results would increase from 8.28% to about 8.38%?
I don't think the witness will be able to perform the analysis, and if he wants to introduce it, he can offer it during his direct examination or late file exhibit, but can he explain how Mr. Novak can perform a calculation that Mr. Rothschild performed?
Oh, okay. EOE, would you like to be heard on that objection?
I'm not sure exactly what the objection is.
Okay.
The objection is he's asking the witness to perform a calculation that's not in the record. If he's referring to where in the record the calculation is, and he provides the witness with a chance to review that, I think the witness will try to respond, but to my understanding, I don't believe the calculation's in the record unless Mr. Rothschild can point to where it is.
Okay, so let's start there. Mr. Rothschild, are you referring to a calculation that this witness has completed?
I'm referring to calculations that are in the record and in the same location that he's referring to when he created his figure 10.
Okay.
So I can tell you where this 12% number is in the record, but I think you're aware because you gave the source yourself.
I'm aware of where that 12% is, but my concern is when you talk about changing that number and running calculations based on a different number, that's not something that I have.
I guess I'll end it there. It's just the sensitivity you did was not changing the assumed return number for cost for the assumed return expectations for stock options. That was not your sensitivity on figure 10.
I did not perform that sensitivity in my analysis.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple more. You state on page 26 of your rebuttal testimony that my claim that the value of short-term U.S. Treasury bills has a relatively low exposure to swings in the overall market is demonstrably false.
Yes, that's my statement. And I point to the change that we've seen in 2022, which shows a very significant swing in the 3-month Treasury bill of nearly 400 basis points in the course of 10 months as evidence for that statement.
Can you point to me where you calculated the change in the value of these bonds?
The value of those bonds? I have looked at the yield, and the yield is what we're using as the input of the cap app. So that is the change that I calculated. That is the change that I looked at in making this statement.
So you did not. But my comment had to do with the change in the value. Is that correct? The value, not the yield, the value of short-term U.S. Treasury bills.
The context in which I understood your comment about changes in the 3-month Treasury bill was as it relates to it being used as the risk-free rate in your cap app. So in that context, that's where I was looking at the relative change. And in my view, there are 2 reasons the 3-month Treasury bill is not relevant. One is this potential volatility issue, and the second being we want to use a long duration estimate. A 30-year Treasury yield is appropriate, given that we're looking at long-lived assets for utilities. So that's the context by which I was making this evaluation.
When we say risk-free rate, we mean something related to risk, something being lower risk. Is that correct?
It is a largely theoretical construct, and treasuries are our best estimate at estimating something that is risk-free. There are no risk-free investments.
And when we say risk-free or very low risk, what investors are concerned about is a change in the value of their investment.
Yes, they're concerned about the change in their value of their estimate, but they're also concerned about the return on their investment.
And so you did not do the calculation to determine how this change in interest rates changed the value of this investment, the 3-month Treasury bill.
I don't see how that's relevant to the calculation of the cap out. So no.
One more question.
Thank you. Director Lopez?
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Novak. Thank you. By introduction, my name is Tom Lopez. I'm the Director of Office of Education Outreach and Enforcement. So Mr. Novak, just looking at your pre-filed testimony and your CV, it appears you provided ROE recommendations in 2 rate cases, Central Hudson Gas and Electric and Niagara Mohawk Power. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it correct that this is your first water utility ROE recommendation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you've not provided, so I just want to make sure it's been 2 total ROE recommendations in rate cases in the past that you've done.
Personally, I've made 2 recommendations. I've worked on several rate cases over the course of 15 years, and including my time at National Grid, where I was responsible for all cost of capital testimony that the utility was filing.
Thank you. I wanted to direct your attention to page 45 of your direct testimony. You discussed, and I know it was referred to before in cross-examination with Mr. Novello. You mentioned 8 New York utilities in a chart. I think it's chart figure 11 on page 45. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm there.
And so you comment that the New York utility credit ratings are being impacted by an unfavorable regulatory environment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I include some quotes from Moody's with respect to that.
Yes. And since your earliest data point on these companies, which appears to be, I think, the Brooklyn Gas and Keyspan Gas East of November, I think November 19, have any of these New York companies ever been downgraded out of an investment grade status?
No, not to my knowledge.
If you don't mind, and
We can pick up in the morning if you prefer.
it's, I think maybe it'll take more than 2 minutes to go through. I mean, I don't think it's more than like 20 more minutes, but I don't want to push too far this evening.
Yep, very good. That's great. But I want to make sure to get everybody out of here for the garage. And I will have a few questions. So we will have to stop here and pick up with this panel in the morning. So thank you to the witnesses, and we'll see you back in the morning. And if I can just cover a few administrative matters, make sure I'm on the same page as Attorney Pace. We have two outstanding read-ins, T and U. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's pick up in the morning and see if we have an update on those 2 read-ins, so I don't forget them, and then we can resume cross with EOE. Okay. All right, I guess, I'm sorry, one last thing. Looking at the time estimates for the remaining 2 panels, we will pick up, after we conclude this panel, we will, as discussed earlier, turn to the OCC panel before turning to the EOE panel. If there's the reasonable possibility of wrapping tomorrow, we will, but since the parking garage closes at 6:30, we're not going past 6:30. So I think that's where we'll leave it tomorrow. And we have a number of late file exhibits from today, 66 through 76. In accordance with the schedule, any late files issued today, tomorrow, or Wednesday will be due December 12th. So any closing administrative matters before we adjourn for the evening? All right, very good. We will see everybody back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Screen for a minute, but